land adjudication challenges and the plight of squatters at Lungalunga Ranch in Kwale County. And then the Senator for Embu County will be seeking a statement from the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries regarding the purchase of cereals by the National Cereals and Produce Board from the farmers in Embu County, as well as from the Committee of Energy on the alleged disproportionate expenditure of corporate social responsibility CSR funds by the Kenya Power in Embu County. As per the under paper, the key motion that will be considered by the House today is on the issue of the adoption of the report by the Budget Committee on the medium-term debt management strategy. And this will be a continuation of the debate. And this medium-term debt strategy, or MTDs rather, is prepared as per the requirements of the Section 33(2) of Public Finance Management Act of 2012 that gives borrowing activities of the government over the medium term. This strategy covers the period between you can see the procession of the speakers approach the chamber, and the presiding officer is the Senator, the Speaker of the Senate, Jeff Amason Kingi, and we hand you over to the sitting to this plenary to follow the proceedings. Karibuni.
Twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka, sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao wamezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate has ordered for the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes by the Sergeant at Arms. And this is in line with the Standing Order 39 of the Senate Standing Orders that provides for the quorum of the Senate to be 15 senators, and that is the number that now the Senate is seeking to raise by the ringing of that quorum bell in order to begin these sittings. And this is in line with the Standing Order number 40 that states that provides for quorum at the commencement of a sitting of the Senate, and it provides that if there is no quorum present when the chair is taken at the time appointed for a sitting of the Senate, the Speaker shall immediately after the prayer order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes, and this is a process that is going on now. And once the quorum is achieved now, the Senate will be able to start the business for today. And As we had indicated in the order paper, the main agenda is the adoption of that report of the Committee on Budget on the medium-term debt strategy. And as we had indicated, this medium-term strategy, debt strategy rather, is prepared as per the requirement of Section 33(2) of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, and it guides the borrowing activities of the government over the medium term. This strategy covers the period of 2024-2025 to the year 2026-2027, and it outlines the strategies rather and initiatives to be implemented, aiming at minimizing the cost and risk of debt management. And it is, we note that under this medium-term debt strategy, it has to be aligned to the 2024 budget policy statement, whose aim is to support economic recovery through a growth-friendly fiscal consolidation plan that is aimed at slowing the public debt accumulation without compromising service delivery. And they have indicated that under this debt strategy, that the government's plan in the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 and over the medium term is to implement priority economic policies, structural reforms, fiscal consolidation plan, and sectoral expenditure programs outlined in the 2024 budget policy statement through a bottom-up approach for the socio-economic transformation, economic turnaround, and inclusive growth. Under this strategy, special focus will be placed on the increased employment, more equitable distribution of income, social security, while also expanding the tax revenue base and increased foreign exchange earnings. The scope of the coverage of this strategy is the existing debt portfolio, non-performing guarantees, and the projected fiscal deficit in the 2024 budget policy statement. And they have indicated that public and publicly guaranteed debt is in the nominal terms at the end of 2023, June 2023 rather, was Kenya shillings 10,278.7 billion, or 70.8% of the GDP, and this comprises external debt stock of Kenya shillings 5,465.5 billion, and domestic debt stock of Kenya shillings 4,832.1 billion Kenya shillings. And they have indicated that the Kenya debt remains sustainable with high risk of debt distress as per the debt sustainability analysis report by the International Monetary Fund as at June 2023. You can see senators streaming to the chamber. And once the Senate attains quorum, we shall hand you over to these live proceedings.
We do have quorum now, so clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation from the County Assembly of Makwiny, comprising members of the County Assembly Business Committee and its Secretariat, who are on a courtesy call. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to be upstanding when called out so that they may be acknowledged in the Senate traditional way. The Honorable Douglas Mbilu, the Speaker of the County Assembly. Honorable Kialo Momo, Leader Majority. The Honorable Francis Munyao, Deputy Leader of Majority. Honorable Mesha Kali, Kali, Minority Party Whip. The Honorable Joseph Mwema, Member, Speakers Panel. Honorable Josephine Mwasa, Member of the Committee, and Honorable Janet Kitunga, Member of the Committee, Mr. Kevin Mutuku, Clerk of the County Assembly, Mr. Robert Musyoka, Deputy Clerk, Legislation and Procedure, Mr. Faustin Mutuku, Deputy Clerk, Administration, Ms. Esther Msau, Director, Legislative Services, Mr. William Owo, Principal Research Officer, Mr. Meshak Kienze, Principal Public Relations and Communication Officer, Mr. Stephen Malu, Table Office Officer, and Ms. Felicitas Matheka, Commissioner. On behalf of the Senate, and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome and wish you a fruitful visit to the Senate. At this juncture, I will call upon the Senator from Makwiny to extend his words of welcome, and the same to be done under 1 minute. You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome the team from Makwiny. Mr. Speaker, this team has been here since yesterday and has interacted extensively with our members of staff, the National Assembly Speaker, and his House Business Committee. And I've this morning been in a discussion with the leadership of the Senate, hosted by the Senator for Garissa. And Mr. Speaker, they have learned a lot, and we intend to interact more with the county assemblies, Mr. Speaker, because we are first from the county assemblies before we come to the Senate, and our work is to team up with them to make sure there is effective oversight of the counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome them, and I hope they will enjoy the debate this afternoon and they will learn more.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Majority Leader. Commissioner Kenywa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 20th March 2024. 1. The Social Health Insurance Tribunal Procedure Rules of Legal Notice number 48 of 2024. 2. Social Health Insurance Regulation Legal Notice number 49 of 2024. Reports of the Auditor General on financial statement of the following for the year ended 30th June 2023. 1. Kisii Municipality. 2. The County Government of Kisii County Revenue Fund. 3. Teto Aberdare Water and Sanitation Company Limited. 4. Narumoru Water and Sanitation Company Limited. 5. Bungoma County Trade Development Loans Fund. 6. Bungoma County Education Support Scheme. 7. Bungoma Youth and Women Empowerment Fund. 8. The County Government of Bungoma Receiver of Revenue. 9. County Executive of Nairobi City. 10. County Assembly of Nairobi. 11. Municipality of Murang'a. 12. Murang'a West Water and Sanitation Company Limited. 13. Municipality of Awendo. 14. Migori County Ward Development Fund. 15. Vihiga County Trade and Enterprise Fund. 16. The County Government of Vihiga County Revenue Fund. 17. Vihiga County Assembly Members and Staff Mortgage and Car Loan Scheme Fund.
Senator Mundigi, you're totally out of order. Can you go to Diba, bow, and move to the other line? Proceed, Commissioner.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 14, Migori County Ward Development Fund. 15, Vihiga County Trade and Enterprise Fund. 16, the County Government of Vihiga County Revenue Fund. 17, Vihiga County Assembly Members and Staff Mortgage and Car Loans Scheme. 18, Homa Bay County Executive Car Loans and Mortgage Members Scheme Fund. 19, Homa Bay County Assembly. 20, Homa Bay County Education Bursary Fund. 21, the County Government of Homa Bay County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund. 22, Homa Bay County Emergency Fund. 23, the County Government of Homa Bay Receiver of Revenue. 24, the County Executive of Homa Bay. 25, the County Assembly of Bomet. 26, Bomet County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund. 27, the County Government of Bomet Receiver of Revenue. 28, the County Executive of Kiambu. 29, the County Assembly of Kiambu. 30, the County Government of Samburu County Revenue Fund. 31, Samburu County Assembly Staff Mortgage Scheme Fund. 32, Samburu Water and Sanitation Company Limited. 33, Siaya County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Fund. 34, the County Government of Siaya Receiver of Revenue. 35, the County Assembly of Siaya. 36, Embu Municipality. 37, the Municipality of Buana. 38, Mandera Municipality. 39, Elwak Municipality, County Government of Mandera. And 40, Report of Auditor General on Financial Statement of Kisii Municipality for the year ended 30th June 2022. I lay, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources, or any member of that committee can proceed to lay the paper. That is deferred. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate this day of 20th. Report of the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget on the county government's additional allocation cash disbursement schedule for financial year 2023-2024.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice on the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the county government's additional allocation cash disbursement schedule for the financial year 2023-2024, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 20th of March 2024, and that pursuant to Section 17(7) of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order 189.3, the Senate approves the county government's additional allocation cash disbursement schedule for the financial year 2023-2024.
The Chairperson, Select Committee on Delegated Legislation. Yes, Honorable Senator Faki, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion. Extension of time for consideration of the Sacco Societies non-deposit taking levy, Order 2023, legal notice number 178 of 2023. The chairpersons that are aware that the Sacco Societies non-deposit taking levy, Order 2023, legal notice number 178 of 2023, was tabled in the Senate on the 15th of November 2023 and referred to the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation for consideration, recognizing that this order relates to imposition of a levy on non-deposit taking Sacco Societies. Cognizant that Section 5 of the Statutory Instrument Act, Cap 2A laws of Kenya requires that before a regulation making authority makes a statutory instrument that has a direct or substantial indirect effect on business, the regulation making authority must make appropriate consultations with persons likely to be affected by the proposed instrument. Realizing that the 28 days, sitting days timeline for consideration of the regulations lapses on Thursday, 21st of March 2024, and yet the committee has not been able to complete its work within the duration. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to extend the timeline for consideration of the Sacco Societies non-deposit taking levy order 2023, legal notice number 178 of 2023, by a further 21 days, pursuant to Section 15(3) of the Statutory Instruments Act, to enable the committee consider the regulations and then engage all the stakeholders and make its determination on or before Thursday, 11th of April, 2024. Thank you.
Next order, clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. Honorable Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand pursuant to Standing Order number 52-1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern, namely the escalating incidence of road accidents in the country, which has led to an alarming number of deaths and injuries among our citizens. Mr. Speaker, sir, the statistics are sobering. The 2023 Economic Survey reports a rise in road accident fatalities to 4,690 in 2022, in 2023 from 4,579 in 2022. Indicating a distressing increase of approximately 2.4%. However, there is a silver lining on this. The National Transport and Safety Authority, in its recent report, notes that a decrease in road deaths to 3,609 by October 2023, suggesting that our collective efforts to curb this menace are bearing fruit. Despite this progress, the annual loss of over 3,000 lives to road accidents, which costs our economy up to 3 to 5% of its GDP, is unacceptable. Most of these fatalities are men, particularly those aged between 30 and 34, representing a significant drain on our country's potential. Mr. Speaker, sir, the pattern of these tragic accidents reveals that the majority occur during weekends and on holidays, with a period from 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. being particularly dangerous. Mr. Speaker, even the recent accident involving Kenyatta University students occurred between this time. Drunk driving and reckless behavior on the roads are primary contributors to these accidents. Vulnerable groups, especially pedestrians, motorcyclists, cyclists, bear the brunt of this crisis, with the recent data from February 2024 showing that out of 659 road deaths, 259 were pedestrians. In the light of this, the government partnership with St. John's Ambulance has partnered with the St. John's Ambulance Service to establish trauma centers along key highways like the Mombasa-Malaba Highway, and this is commendable. These centers, 19 of which are already in operation, are crucial in providing immediate care to accident victims, whereby reducing fatalities and serious injuries. Mr. Speaker, the two which are very active are the one at Emali and the other one at Kinungi. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, the reach of this initiative must be extended. The highways that traverse our counties are yet to benefit fully from this noble effort. With St. John's Ambulance shouldering a monthly expense, an annual expense of approximately 400,000 shillings per trauma center. This is there's a compelling case for county governments to support and collaborate in this life-saving endeavor. Mr. Speaker, sir, I therefore advocate that the Standing Committee on Health liaises with the Council of Governors to bolster this project. Our commitment to reducing road accidents and enhancing emergency response mechanisms will not only save lives, but also significantly alleviate the social and economic impacts of road accidents in our nation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge all stakeholders to unite in addressing this urgent issue, ensuring that road safety measures are implemented. Road safety measures we implement are robust and effective in preserving the lives and well-being of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Honorable Senator Kathuri Murungi. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Senator for Laikipia, Senator John Kenywa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement on upgrade works on Nanyuki, Mutara, Rumuruti Road and Mutara, Gwakongo Roads in Laikipia County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the status of upgrading Nanyuki, Mutara, Rumuruti Road and Mutara, Gwakongo Road in Laikipia County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide an upgrade on the progress of upgrading the Nanyuki, Mutara, Rumuruti Road and Mutara, Gwakongo Road in Laikipia County to bitumen standards. 2, state the initially agreed upon project timelines, indicating the actual commencement and completion dates, and outline the measures put in place to ensure timely completion of the project. And 3, detailed strategies the government has implemented to ensure that the construction and maintenance of these roads meets high quality standard, reducing the need for frequent repairs and inconveniences for the commuters. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Maruma. That statement is dropped. Senator Tom Ojenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the various fees introduced by the Human Resource Management Professional Examinations Board. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this statement, the Labor Committee should, 1, report on all fees charged by the Human Resource Management Professionals Examination Board compared to fees charged by similarly placed examination and certification bodies, outlining any measures put in place by the State Department of Public Service to ensure any fees introduced and charged by the board are reasonable and legal. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, to explain the basis for the introduction of exorbitant and unreasonable fees, including administration fees for private candidates and curriculum support fees by the board, via an internal memo dated 14 February 2024. 3, outline any steps taken by the State Department of Public Service to have the fees reviewed to reasonable and legal amounts. And lastly, explain any steps taken by the State Department for Public Service to ensure that all students, past and present, are reimbursed all exorbitant and unreasonable fees charged by the Human Resource Management Professionals Examinations Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakoli. Two statements by Senator Wakoli are hereby dropped. Senator Chimera. That statement is also dropped. The two statements by Senator Alexander Mundigi are deferred to tomorrow, pursuant to his own request. Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, taarifa tulio nayo, swali lililonalo hapa ni kuhusu uharibifu na uchafuzi wa mazingira kutokana na uchimbaji wa madini ya chuma katika eneo la Jaribuni Kauma, kaunti ya Kilifi. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kwa mujibu wa kanuni za kudumu kipengele cha 53 sheria ya kwanza kuomba taarifa kutoka kwa kamati ya kudumu ya ardhi, mazingira na mali asili kuhusu uharibifu na uchafuzi wa mazingira kutokana na uchimbaji wa madini ya chuma katika eneo la Jaribuni Kauma, kaunti ya Kilifi. Bwana Spika, katika taarifa hiyo kamati hii nataka iangazie kama ifuatavyo: uchunguzi ama kuchunguza uharibifu wa uchafuzi wa mazingira na athari za afya zinazotokana na uchimbaji wa madini ya chuma katika eneo la Jaribuni Kauma linalotekelezwa na kampuni ya China inayoitwa Wuying. Ya pili, eleze hatua gani Wizara ya Madini, Uchumi na Uchumi Samawati ni mamlaka ya kitaifa ya usimamizi wa mazingira, shirika lile la kitaifa la mazingira linaloitwa NEMA, imechukua hatua gani kuhakikisha usimamizi wa matumizi sahihi katika uchimbaji wa madini eneo hili la Jaribuni Kauma kwa lengo la kuboresha maisha na mazingira ya wakaazi wanaoketi katika sehemu hizo. La tatu, kubainisha wazi ni hatua gani kampuni ya China inayoitwa Wuying chini ya wajibu wake wa kijamii, yani kama ile tunaita corporate social responsibility, imechukua katika jitihada za kupunguza athari mbaya zinazotokea katika uchimbaji wa haya mawe ama madini ya chuma katika eneo hilo la Jaribuni. Na mwisho, Bwana Spika, kamati hii ipendekeze ni hatua gani zitakazochukuliwa kuzuia utegemeaji wa uchimbaji madini unaochangia pakubwa uharibifu wa mazingira na uchafuzi wa hiyo maeneo hayo. Asante Bwana Spika.
Honorable Senator Kathuri, your statement has been reinstated. You may proceed to read the same.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence and my apologies. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the abduction, torture and execution of the Meru-based blogger Daniel Bernard Muthiaini, alias Sniper, who disappeared from Meru County on 2nd December 2023 and whose mutilated body was found dumped in River Mutonga in the Rakanithi County on 16th December 2023. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, provide the status of the investigation into the abduction, torture, and execution of Meru blogger Daniel Muthiaini Bernard a sniper, stating any preliminary findings or insights that may have emerged. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, to clarify the reasons behind the significant delay in concluding the investigation or the absence of public updates on its progress, given the widespread concern and the urgency with which Mbanan's family seeks closure. And the third one and the last one, Honorable Speaker, the committee should outline the specific actions and measures the government intends to implement to address and prevent the escalating incidents of harassment, intimidation, and violence against journalists and political bloggers in Meru County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on the statement on road accidents, Mr. Speaker. Recently, a university bus was involved in a road accident, and quite a number of students lost their lives, Mr. Speaker. This was blamed on heavy rains and speedy vehicles, Mr. Speaker. And we believe, Mr. Speaker, with good training of our drivers on our roads, Mr. Speaker, then we should be able to manage the road accidents in this country, whereby quite a number of people have lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, we'd like also to look at what the police have been doing over the years, the cut-offs which have been made by the insurance companies as to the compensation of victims of such that, Mr. Speaker, other than 3 million shillings, whatever is above, then the individual person should cover, and that has not been yielding from the courts, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Kenyans have really lost lives, they have lost earnings, they have lost children who would have helped them in the future. And Mr. Speaker, there must be a strategy in which we should curb road accidents in the country, Mr. Speaker. Even if NTSA comes back, Mr. Speaker, we need a better strategy, and the worst of it is corruption on the roads, on parts of people dealing with it, poor maintenance of vehicles, Mr. Speaker. And I really want to agree with the Senator from Mombasa that something has to be done urgently to make sure that no more lives are lost in the roads. Mr. Speaker, when you compare Kenya with the other countries, we are much higher in terms of deaths, even in East Africa, and generally road accidents are caused by carelessness. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Chiranke.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. In quick succession, I just want to comment on 3 statements. Mr. Speaker, allow me to start with the issue of road accidents, Mr. Speaker. While we empathize and send our deepest condolences to the victims of the road accidents and those who have been maimed and those who are recuperating, we wish them well, Mr. Speaker. I think now the NTSA, the coming back of NTSA should be in priority. Mr. Speaker, we need to be very careful. I want to urge drivers, let us, Mr. Speaker, be careful as we drive along this. Mr. Speaker, I don't agree when people say because of the rains, accident occurred. While the government is doing its best, we want to ask the CS of roads to stop public relations exercise, be on site, make sure the Mishuki rules are returned, they are enforced properly, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't get this issue of just being reactive. I think the era of reactive, Mr. Speaker, to the road accidents, among others, should come to an end in this country. We want people who move to those sites, Mr. Speaker, and ensure they deal with this issue of road accidents, Mr. Speaker. More so, Mr. Speaker, and I want to send to KU, parents and fraternity, my condolences, and also the Silibwe tragedy, and also my former school, Mr. Speaker, the Almata, one of the best schools in this Republic, Kapsabet Boys High School, which has produced both the 2nd and the 5th president, Mr. Speaker, and possibly the 7th president of the Republic of Kenya. We want even the bus school drivers, Mr. Speaker, we need them to be tested, to ensure buses are tested, Mr. Speaker, but the CS of road should move from issuing social media directions and other. Mr. Speaker, secondly, on the issue of sniper, Mr. Speaker, I am sad, Mr. Speaker, and I want to empathize with my brother, Deputy Speaker, Senator Katurin Murungi. Mr. Speaker, the brother, the relatives of the governor of Meru have been arrested. Up to now, the body of sniper or the family have not buried sniper. What is the police fearing to go for the big fish in arresting the perpetrators, the killers of sniper, Mr. Speaker? This country, Mr. Speaker, is a country that respects the freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, this is not a banana republic. This is not Jordan or Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. Why is it that the police are fearing to arrest the real culprits who killed the sniper, Mr. Speaker? We shall stand with the people of Meru until they shall know mercy, Mr. Speaker, for people who killed, maimed. Now as we talk, the wife, Mr. Speaker, the wife of sniper has been sleeping on cold bed now, Mr. Speaker, for almost 2 months. The children can no longer see the face of their father, Mr. Speaker. The parents no longer have a son, Mr. Speaker. This is a serious matter. This is a terror-related, where even there's one in Katarakanidi, and a blocker was killed, Mr. Speaker. The Blockers Association of Kenya are under threat. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge my brother, Professor Senator Kithure Kindiki, the majority leader emeritus, that he should go beyond arresting small fish in finding we need the financials. We need to be told why sniper was being called by people connected to the governor, and what was sniper doing in the governor's residence, where it was found, Mr. Speaker, when he had been killed a few hours later, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope the Committee of National Security must come strongly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is what we want to see, and I wish the committee of the whole, Mr. Speaker, so that a sniper is being put to rest. And Mr. Speaker, you remember, and in Meru, some of us who have been Anjurinjeka by association, Mr. Speaker, we had to convince the people of Meru not to bring the body of sniper to the gate of Senate, because they are trying to look for justice, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on Commissioner Kinywa statement on the status of roads in Laikipia, I want to sympathize and empathize with him. Because unfortunately the person in charge of roads, CS roads, Mr. Speaker, he is incompetent, so I will not make a comment at that point, but wish him well as he pursued. I submit, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, the youth in this country are seriously under threat, and I want to support this statement by Senator Okiya from Kisumu on various fees that have been introduced by the Human Resource Management Professional Examination Board. Mr. Speaker, this weekend I spent time in Kuria, a place called Mabera, with a number of young people drawn from different places in Kuria district, or rather Kuria sub-counties. That will be the Kuria West and the Kuria East. I had a number of about 100 young people from Kuria. And these young people, Mr. Speaker, are some of the brightest young people that I've seen from different diversities in terms of professions. We have Jemo Msani, who is a wonderful, educated young man who has dedicated his life to music and creative industry. We had people like Mumiko, who actually used to be a student leader in Kuria and is still trying to survive and make life as a student leader. We had Bazu, who has been a young person in Masaba, Mr. Speaker, who has been able to engage in different NGOs. And it just showed me how much young people in Kuria have been very passionate about trying to build their skills, Mr. Speaker, trying to get opportunities in postgraduate in studies that they have. But yet, Mr. Speaker, these young people cannot get employment because of, one, the issue of professional bodies making it prohibitive for them to actually be able to even go through a simple examination as what we are seeing with Human Resource Management Professional Examination Board. And Mr. Speaker, to add salt to injury, when they have gone through this kind of gruesome efforts to be able to go through a professional undertaking, after finishing a degree or finishing colleges, Mr. Speaker, they are again told that as young people, they can't get employed because they must have experience, Mr. Speaker. What is this experience that somebody can get from classroom that they need when they get to workplace, Mr. Speaker? And today, I'm very sad for the youth of Kenya because this prohibitive and exploitative kind of organization that make it difficult for young people in this country to thrive, make them never to start their life properly, Mr. Speaker. If I was needed to have an experience, Mr. Speaker, to come to this house as a senator and as a young person who had come from college, Mr. Speaker, probably my well-meaning and industry in this house could not have been noticed, Mr. Speaker. If people like the Queen of the North and Tabitha and Chimera were never given opportunity to be in this house, to be able to give their thoughts and to be able to stand for the young people in this country because of the issue of experience and the issue of exploitation by professional bodies, Mr. Speaker, so that they can be able to stand for young people, Mr. Speaker, you would not have identified their talent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to give you a perspective on how the Human Resource Management Professionals Examination Board is making it very difficult for young people in this country, Mr. Speaker, to be able to have a meaningful certification, Mr. Speaker. They have introduced something called curriculum support fees. And this curriculum support fee, Mr. Speaker, they are charging it per unit. And, Mr. Speaker, they are charging a young person 1,200. That means that if they charge a young person 1,200 for this kind of examination and there are 6 of them, they are forcing a young man or a young woman who has just left college and other institutions to pay 7,200 to be able to get registered under this curriculum support. And as if that is not enough, Mr. Speaker, they have also gone ahead and introduced something they are calling exams fee. Mr. Speaker, from the colleges that we have been in and from the institutions that we have been in, exam fee is paid as a lump sum for an institution. For this particular body, Mr. Speaker, they have introduced 4,500 per unit, Mr. Speaker. That means that if a young person who has come from college and who has come from another institution of higher learning, a tertiary institution, wants to be a member of this particular organization, Mr. Speaker, then they have to struggle to pay 4,500 times 6, which that attracts about 27,000, Mr. Speaker. Again, as if that is not enough, Mr. Speaker, they have introduced something they are calling here administration fees of 2,500. And this administration fee, Mr. Speaker, an admin fee cannot be paid per unit. An admin fee, Mr. Speaker, is paid to an institution as a whole. And, Mr. Speaker, if you have introduced another 2,500 on this unit, Mr. Speaker, it means that a young person has to struggle again and pay 15,000, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you go to a tertiary institution like, let's say, you go and you have studied some technical skills, Mr. Speaker, in NITA, you will have paid 100,000, Mr. Speaker. And then you come to this institution that is just a professional body, then you are required to pay 49,500 as a young person to be a member of that professional body, Mr. Speaker. What are we doing to young people in this country, Mr. Speaker? I hope that the minister in charge of labor and social welfare in this country, Mr. Speaker, will take this very seriously. In fact, this entire board should be sanctioned, because this is an exploitation for young people that makes it completely prohibitive. This is the board called Human Resource Management Professionals Examination Board. It is not fair to young people to go through higher institutions of learning, go through colleges, go through tertiary education, and then when you come back, you are being again prohibited from joining these professional bodies because of exorbitant fees. And then, once you've gone through this, Mr. Speaker, you have paid them all this money, they are not even giving you after service kind of services. You know, if you're taking all this money, Mr. Speaker, ordinarily you should give them after services, you know, after where you make sure that at least you help them get placements in jobs, Mr. Speaker. You have paid all this money, then again you're being told, go and tarmac now, Mr. Speaker, as a young person. And then you get to these jobs, Mr. Speaker, you're told as a young person, you don't have experience. You don't have experience. You have gone through NITA, you have gone through Kenya School of Mass Communication, you have gone through again this professional body, Mr. Speaker, spent your entire savings in it, and then a young man is left out to die, Mr. Speaker, without a job. And then we wonder why crime rates have increased in Nairobi, in Mombasa. We are seeing things like drugs among young people. It is because of this frustration, Mr. Speaker. This is what I hope that even the government of the day should actually be able to see, because the hustler nation, from where majority comes from and from where my brother Senator Fernandi comes from, Mr. Speaker, today if you look at the rate of stress and depression-related deaths in those places, it is skyrocketing to 11% in Eldoret. It is skyrocketing to 7% in Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. It is going to about 15% in places like Nairobi, because these young people don't have opportunities for jobs and they're being frustrated, Mr. Speaker. I rest on that, and I make a very small comment on the issue of accidents, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen in this country, that even claimed again the life of comrades from Kenyatta University, Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order, Senator Chirange?
Mr. Speaker, is it I rise under Constitution on the right to dignity, human dignity, Article 28, and also Article 27, Mr. Speaker, on equality and freedom from discrimination. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, for the senator from Nyatike, or sorry, from Migori, Mr. Speaker, County, to allege myself, the majority leader, and yours truly, that where we come from, there is high stress levels for young people, and that's, Mr. Speaker, yet this is a national problem. Is it in order to discriminate and abuse the dignity of the people we represent in this house, Mr. Speaker? Is it in order, Mr. Speaker? While we know where it comes from is more worse, Mr. Speaker. I can give the poverty index levels that there was there, Mr. Speaker.
Senator
Oh, sorry.
no, you can have your seat. Senator Eddie Okech, unless you have the data,
Yes.
you may have to proceed to withdraw that statement.
Mr. Speaker, I have the data of stress and depression levels in Eldoret and all other places in this country, Mr. Speaker. And I think that
You may now proceed to table the statement.
Senator Chiragei,
Senator Eddie,
Mr. Speaker, if you give me time, I will get you the data, because right now I'm telling you what is in my head.
Order, honorable senators. Senator Eddie.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed to table the data.
Mr. Speaker, if you give me time, I can prepare for you that and then bring it tomorrow.
Very well.
Or on Tuesday.
You will substantiate tomorrow.
But Mr. Speaker, there is a context that was misrepresented by Senator Chiragei. And I think that he struggles from the fact that perhaps he did not study linguistics. I don't know how he became a lawyer. Mr. Speaker, I said, for example, Eldoret, Kisumu, Nairobi. I could not be able to mention all these towns, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddie, stop eating into your time. Proceed to conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that the issue of accident in this country, Mr. Speaker, that actually even claimed the lives of 11 students from KU, again, struggling young people in this country who are comrades, who should not die without seeing their dreams come true, Mr. Speaker. I think that it should be declared a national emergency. And these are my reasons, Mr. Speaker. In 2020 and 2021, Mr. Speaker, the number of lives that we lost during COVID was 5,668. And I hope Chiragei can be able to fact check on that as well. But, Mr. Speaker, if we had COVID and we declared a national emergency on COVID issues in this country for over 2.5 years, Mr. Speaker, and we had 5,668 deaths. You remember 2007 elections, Mr. Speaker, when things were heated in this country, we lost about 1,000 lives, Mr. Speaker. Yet we have got people dying on our roads on an average of 4,628 every year, Mr. Speaker. If we don't declare the road carnage that we are seeing in this country an emergency, Mr. Speaker, we are never going to deal with it. Because if it is not declared, even the ministry concerned, Mr. Speaker, cannot be able to deal sometimes with issues of road signages in this country that makes it impossible for even road users to know where there's a simple bump at night.
What is the point
or
of
know
order,
where there's a simple...
Senator Eddie, just take your seat. Yes, Senator Kenya, proceed with the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, because it's just a statement, I'm wondering whether Eddie is debating the statement. I thought just to make his comment.
Senator Eddie, proceed to conclude. And don't start a debate on these statements.
Mr. Speaker, you know, Senator Kenya is my senior.
Just proceed.
And
Senator Eddie.
What I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that these statements, we're just sending them to these respective ministries, departmental ministries, so that there can be what we call a proper action taken on these statements. And one of the proper actions that we need to take by those ministries that I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is being able that when the minister will be talking to this, he should tell us why we cannot be able to declare this issue a serious national emergency and be able to deal with the patent issues on our roads that do go and concern the issue of signages on our roads, to be able to reduce these accidents on our roads, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I support these two statements wholeheartedly because they are costing so much lives, and mostly, the most affected people tend to be young people, Mr. Speaker, who should be able to see their dreams come true in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, allow me to make this communication before we proceed with the interventions. In the public gallery, we have 148 students, from 4 students and 5 teachers from Kiurani Boys High School in Tharaka Nithi County, who are undertaking a one-day education visit in the Senate. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. Also, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of visiting students from students leaders from Kenyatta University School of Law in Nairobi City County. The delegation comprises 11 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Now, Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcome visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Majority Leader to extend the word of welcome to the student leaders from Kenyatta University, and Honorable Deputy Speaker, you may extend the word of welcome to the delegation from Tharaka Nithi. This has to be done under 1 minute for both of you. Proceed, Majority.
I was hoping, Mr. Speaker, that the Deputy Speaker doesn't interrupt, so that if I do for both schools, you'll allow me then to make my comments on the statements. But I abide by your guidance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity on behalf of the Senate to welcome the students from Kenyatta University Law Campus who are here on an educational tour. This is the Senate, Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. All we do here is talk, talk, and talk, because that's what parliaments do. People share ideas, they critique government, they support, they exchange ideas. That's what you come to do in this house. And as students of law, I am sure you will get an opportunity to see how lawmaking works. It's unfortunate that you have come on a day or an hour when we are yet to get to the real business of lawmaking through second reading and third reading, so that you get to appreciate and see the kind of rigorous debate that goes on during the consideration of amendments and such like things. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I welcome them to the institution of the Senate. I know they have been given a good study tour with our very competent staff, Mr. Speaker, and I know they will learn more even as they engage with us. Mr. Speaker, I'll be remiss if having gotten an opportunity that I failed to appreciate the Form 4 boys from Tharaka Nithi. The name of the school escapes my mind, but I want to wish them well as well in their studies. I was a Form 4 student exactly 20 years ago in 2004, and here we are today. So I want to tell them that your journey to greatness is on the right path. I wish them well. Mr. Speaker, I forgot something very important, that we have students from Kenyatta University here, and the institution is mourning because of the very unfortunate incidents that happened with the accident involving students from that institution. It's really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, what has happened to many institutions. Commiserations to Kenyatta University as a fraternity, pole to the families of the bereaved, and we wish comfort and God's grace. And so that those students' lives are not lost in vain, Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge our transport, Roads and Transport Committee. This is something I was to say this morning when the minister was there, but I did not get an opportunity. I do not believe, Mr. Speaker, that there is only a design fault on the roads. That's why many school buses are rolling at the same. There's a commercial interest to this, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with those that are telling us that many of these school buses and the public passenger service vehicles that we are seeing as buses are actually lorries that have just been converted into buses for carrying people. They don't have the mechanical makeup of a vehicle for transporting human beings. And we want to challenge the Minister for Roads and Transport to come clean on these particular issues. If there's been anybody at KEBS or Ministry of Transport that has remodified the specifications of what passes the test of a vehicle that is supposed to carry human life, Mr. Speaker, then they should be brought to book. Or if there is lack of sufficiency of laws, then this is a house for making those decisions, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't continue to lose our students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want first of all to join my colleague Majority Leader in conveying my condolences to the students from Ruto University who lost their lives through a tragic road accident, Honorable Speaker. I want to tell the Kenyatta University family that the Senate and all of us are with them this time, and we are praying with them, with their families, as they list the affected students. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that I want to put across is that these students from Kiorani Secondary School in the Rakanidi, Meru and the Rakanidi, we are two counties, same people. So that is why I felt when I'm this house, I should be able to, I welcome them to the Senate on behalf of the Rakanidi Senator, Senator Mwenda Gataya, who is not here on other official duties of the Senate. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome them and to advise them that they have a very bright future indeed if they take their education seriously. Mr. Speaker, all of us were students, even from very poor backgrounds and small schools, so to speak. So they have the future, their future is in their own hands. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to really advise these young boys to really take their academic work seriously. I know they are very good teachers. The parents are very supportive, so that tomorrow they will be the Kaduris, the Chalgays, the Halons. I can see Rendama is looking at me, the future Rendamas of this country, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome them and to tell them that they are welcome back to the Senate again and again. Other students from the same school and other schools are most welcome to the Senate. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Kenywa.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Nasimama kuchangia kuunga mkono taarifa iliyoletwa na kiongozi wa wachache Steward Mazayo. Bwana Spika, kampuni zinapaswa ziwe nyingi kwa sababu tukiwa na kampuni nyingi katika Jamhuri ya Kenya tutaweza kuimarisha uchumi wetu. Lakini Bwana Spika, kampuni hizi ambazo zinakuja zisiwe ni chanzo za kuharibu mazingira yetu na kuangamiza wananchi wa Kenya. Bwana Spika, nimemsikiza kiongozi wa walio wachache akisema ya kwamba kuna kampuni ambayo ni ya Uchina ambayo kazi yake ni kuchimba madini, Bwana Spika. Baada ya kuchimba madini, Bwana Spika, inaharibu mazingira yetu. Ni hivi juzi tu, Bwana Spika, unakumbuka tulikuwa na kongamano kubwa hapa katika Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya ya kusema ya kwamba sisi tuko katika mstari wa mbele kusema tunapaswa kulinda mazingira yetu. Lakini ni kinaya, Bwana Spika, wakati sisi tunaposema hayo maneno, unapata ndugu zetu wa kutoka Kilifi wanaendelea kusononeka, kupata tabu kwa sababu ya hizi kampuni, Bwana Spika, ambayo haisumbuki, haiangalii watu ambao wanaishi katika sehemu zile. Bwana Spika, nilikuwa nikifuatilia kwa sababu niliona haya mambo yakiangaziwa katika vyombo vyetu vya habari. Bwana Spika, nilipoangalia nikaona ya kwamba mahali hawa wananchi wanaishi, wale walio karibu na ile kampuni, Bwana Spika, hata baada ya wao kuadhiriwa na yale mambo ambayo yanatendeka pale, unapata watu wamepata kifua kikubwa, Bwana Spika, na unapata sehemu hile hata hakuna zahanati, Bwana Spika. Watu wanawachwa kuendelea kusononeka, kupata tabu. Ndio tunaunga mkono kuwa na kampuni, lakini hizi kampuni zisiwe ndizo chanzo za kuangamiza wananchi wetu, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo hizi kampuni zinapokuja, kampuni ama idara ambazo zinapaswa kuhusika, Bwana Spika, kuangalia haya maneno, kama hii idara ya NEMA, Bwana Spika, tunapatwa na kiwewe, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ikiwa kuna hii idara ambayo inapaswa kushughulikia hii maneno, inapatia hawa watu leseni namna gani, Bwana Spika, ilhali hawa watu wanaendelea kuharibu mazingira yetu, Bwana Spika. Ndio tunataka uchumi, lakini tusije tukaribu mazingira yetu tukiwa tunazingatia mambo ya uchumi. Naunga mkono taarifa iliyoletwa na kiongozi wa wachache, na namwambia ashikilie papo hapo, ndio wananchi kutoka Kilifi wasipate shida, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu wananchi wa Kilifi wakiwa na shida, hata wananchi wa Laikipia, Bwana Spika, wanapata shida, kwa sababu sisi ni marafiki, sisi ni mandugu wa kufa kuzikana. Asante, Bwana Spika.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure that you have given me an opportunity to contribute to these very, very serious issues. In the morning, the CS in charge of transport in this country and roads was in this house. Mr. Speaker, I didn't have an opportunity to contribute. He answered the question why we are having accidents, but I felt like his answer was not satisfactory, and I didn't have an opportunity to ask him any question. I would like to say this. What is the international best practice right now, Mr. Speaker? And indeed, NTSA doesn't have to institute roadblocks. All that they need to do, Mr. Speaker, is use current technology. Every single vehicle in this country has got a TIN number. And that number actually can be linked up to a satellite. And when that vehicle is moving, the satellite will display what the distance, what the speed, and what the condition of that vehicle is. Why we are putting roadblocks on the highway is simply because, you know, we are encouraging corruption. We know that people are receiving money, and this is not something that has started recently. This has been there for the last 30 years. So why are we not doing what Rwanda is doing? Why? I mean, all of us, Mr. Speaker, we have traveled to Dubai. We see what happens in Dubai. Nobody crosses the lights, nobody overspeeds. The vehicles are in good condition. Everybody follows the law. So what is difficult with us following the law, Mr. Speaker? Nothing. It is just implementation. Number two, I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my Deputy Speaker talk about the young man, sniper, who was killed in Meru. I mean, look at us. People are arrested. The young man was actually was killed. Individuals have been killed. We don't know whether the trial is proceeding or not. Nothing is happening. And the story is somehow dying. Why? Because of the political disagreements that we are having, that now we are cascading our noise and personal disagreements and grievances to the point where now we want bloggers to be killed. And we look around it and do nothing about it. I want to tell my brother, thank you for saying that. The issue that, Mr. Speaker, my leader, Honorable Stuart Mazayo, has raised. I mean, Mr. Speaker, go to Kakamega, go to Migori, Go to every place in this country and see what mining is taking place. People's lives are in danger. The environment is being depleted. We have no bylaws. The county governments are not even involved. And we come to this house when we talk about it, and that is it. I want to plead with my colleagues in this house, can we please be proactive and make sure we take it upon our responsibility and do that which must be done. People are dying on our highways because of excessive, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether my colleagues in this house know that from Kisii County, if you are traveling by a bus to Nairobi, it takes about 4.5 hours. The driver gets to Nairobi, back again to Kisii in another 4 hours, and again he leaves Kisii back to Nairobi in 16 to 17 hours is one driver who's driving a truck. Why don't we have a government regulation when a driver is driving in the bus, he actually uses his biometric registration so that he only drives for 8 hours? People are killing people because of fatigue. Then we are busy expecting miracles to come. There are no miracles which are coming. We must regulate and we must make sure that we talk to our people so that we can follow the law, so that the judges can make sure that when somebody has actually broken the law, they are punished, and punished to make sure that there is deterrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me those few minutes.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start with the issue of our students at Kenyatta University. And let me first send my condolences. I myself and my family do send condolences to the comrades of Kenyatta University on the loss of the students. It's a concern, Mr. Speaker, that these accidents have been happening very frequently. A big concern, as colleagues have mentioned, in terms of the quality of the standards of the same road, also the quality of the same buses or vehicles that these students are using. But I want to bring a different concern, Mr. Speaker, from where I sit also as a parent of a student in regards to the drivers. Some of these trips, Mr. Speaker, as you know, traveling from Nairobi to Mombasa is about 6 to 7 hours. And one single driver is assigned to this particular bus. They've woken up very early in the morning, case example, maybe 4 a.m., 3 a.m., 2 a.m., to be able to prepare for this journey. Because the law says by 6 p.m., all school buses should be back in the learning institutions. That is what the Ministry of Education advises. And so if the institutions, if the learning institution would look into the issue of the drivers and be able to put or assign 2 drivers per every long trip of more than 4 hours or more than 6 hours, so that the driver who's starting the trip is not the same driver who's still driving back to the institution, because then it becomes tiresome. It's very fatiguing to have the same personnel be able to drive this. This is a future that we've lost as a country. It is sad, but this issue can be looked into, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to talk about the issue of the charges, the fees that are being introduced by the Human Resource Management Professional Examination Board. Mr. Speaker, as you know very well, most of these students who undertake this board examination, they are trying, to elevate and become members of this institution. But now there's a question. If these are the figures, as I had Senator Okiya talk about the figures amounting to over 50,000 figures in terms of administration cost, then where do we leave our institution, the HR institution, when it comes to employment? Mr. Speaker, last week we were here undertaking an impeachment because of a corruption case whereby a managing director was being bribed to be able to do unemployment. Mr. Speaker, you know very well, the HRs are the ones who undertake employments. And if these are the costs that are going to be incurred, then what do you expect when people are going to the job market? We will have some who are rogue, who are corrupt, and who will try to see then how do they compensate their fees? And this will be resulted by asking for some of the things that we had last week through the impeachment process of how money was exchanging hands in exchange and in purchase of a job opportunity. HR is a very sensitive and very important department in each and every institution. So it is very important that we get to the bottom. The committee that has been assigned this, it's very important that we get to the bottom. And Mr. Speaker, before I finish on the last statement by the Meru County, I would also want to request your office to speed up on the reports from these committees, so that some of these issues that have been raised either through statement or through motion, we can be able to get the immediate answers. As I conclude on the issue of one gentleman, Daniel Bernard alias Sniper. This is a young man, Mr. Speaker. The Kenya Kwanza government has put strategies of creating different opportunities for the young people. One of those opportunities, Mr. Speaker, is on content creation. We have a lot of young people who have embarked on making their revenue, their earnings on content creation. And that is why during the finance bill, we looked at the taxation levels, and this was really lowered so that we can be able to encourage them to make a living, to earn something. And it is sad if through our political issues, then different young people coming up with their content creation to earn a living can be subjected to death. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, further to that, you realize that justice has not been served. The body of one sniper is still lying in the morgue. As a woman with a husband, Mr. Speaker, how do you feel? How do you sleep? How do you eat? How do you drink? How do you socialize? When your man, when your spouse is lying in the morgue, simply because you await justice, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the wife of one sniper, it is the high time, Mr. Speaker, that this statement from Meru County, you should stamp your stamp of urgency, so that the committee that will be assigned to undertake this issue, this house fully, needs a quick feedback, because children are crying somewhere, a woman is hurt somewhere, and this issue is still pending, Mr. Speaker. We are still awaiting as Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, because if we do not stop this, Mr. Speaker, then what happens to the others that we are still encouraging them when they are out there? With those many and few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Majayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nataka kuunga mkono hii taarifa iliyoletwa na ndugu yangu seneta wa Meru, hususan kushikwa kwa huyu sniper. Bwana Spika, si kushikwa peke yake, bali kutolewa ndani ya nyumba na kupelekwa na watu ambao hawajui, wamejitambulisha tu kwa familia na yeye mwenyewe, na kuenda naye kumtia kwa gari na kupotea naye. Bwana Spika, vitendo kama hivi vimetendeka sana na vimefanywa katika mikono ya polisi. Watu wanakuja kwa nyumba wakishajitambulisha kwamba wao ni mapolisi, wanatoa mpaka vitambulisho na wanabeba mtu, wanaenda naye, na hatimaye tunaona kwamba huyu mtu anapatikana ametupwa mahali fulani baada ya masiku fulani akiwa amekufa. Bwana Spika, tabia kama hizi ambazo zinatendeka hivi sasa tunaona zimeanza kuzidi, kwa sababu si Meru tu kitendo kama hichi kimetokea kwa mwandishi wa habari katika mambo ya mitandao, ama wanaitwa blogger. Mabloga wengi sana katika nchi hii pia kujipata katika hizi njia panda. Lakini kwa bahati mbaya, na ni pole sana kwa watu wa Meru, shemegi yangu pale Deputy Speaker, pole sana kwa kumpoteza bloga wenu, lakini hiyo imetendeka sasa kila mahali katika nchi. Hata upande wa pwani, ukifika Mombasa, kuna bloga kule Mombasa ambaye anajulikana sana, lakini utapata ya kwamba polisi walienda kwake nyumbani. Jina la huyo anaitwa Muhammad, anaitwa Yusuf, limenitoka, anaitwa Yusuf. Yusuf alichukuliwa kwao nyumbani, Bwana Spika, alichukuliwa kwao nyumbani na watu waliojitambulisha kwa familia yake kama maaskari ama mapolisi, na hatimaye baada ya masiku fulani kwenda naye, alipatikana katika hali ambayo ilikuwa si sawa sawa. Alikuwa amepigwa risasi na ameuawa. Bwana Spika, ikiwa hawa watu wamekuja ndani ya nyumba na wamejitambulisha mapolisi, sasa itabidi sasa tuanze kukataa na wapendwa wetu, ili tusiwaruhusu waende nao, kwa sababu tunajua wakienda nao mwishowe tutawapata miili ya katika miili ya wapendwa wetu katika vichaka, wapatikane ama wasipatikane. Tabia kama hizi, Bwana Spika, zimekuwa zikitendeka sasa kwa muda mfupi baada ya muda mfupi. Kwa hiyo tunasema kwa njia ambayo inatakana kufanyika ni kwamba polisi wakome kuweza kupoteza binadamu ama kupoteza Wakenya ambao tunajua kabisa ya kwamba kunazo sheria. Wakishika watu lazima wapeleke kotini, waende ashtakiwe, alafu mahakama ichukue mkondo wake. Akipatikana na hatia iweze kuchukuliwa hiyo hatua hiyo. Tunaona hata kuna mwingine pia alipatikana na hatia, kama yule alifungwa juzi, alikaambiwa atakwenda kujongwa. Lakini hayo ni mambo baada ya kwamba koti imeweza kumsikiza yule mtu. Kwa hiyo sisi tu nikusema kwamba ulaghai ama kuchukua sheria katika mikono yao mapolisi, hali hii iweze kupingwa kwa hali ya juu sana. Na sisi kama maseneta hapa hatutakubali Wakenya waweze kupoteza maisha yao kupitia kwa mikono ya polisi ambao wamechukua hatua ya kuangamiza Wakenya kwa kuwapiga risasi ama kuwatoa katika nyumba zao bila sheria ambayo inaambatana na kuwapata hatimaye wamekufa. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity first and foremost to send my condolences to the students, 11 students from Kenyatta University who died in road accident. Honorable Speaker, according to NTSA, the number of people who died in 2023 are 4,324, and the injuries were 18,561. Honorable Speaker, these accidents are mainly due to our own issues. First is fatigue. We have got also speeding, drunk driving, running red lights, distracted driving, and weather conditions. Honorable Speaker, all these are avoidable, something that can be avoided. NTSA also estimates about 3,000 deaths. The estimates about 3,000 deaths every year. And this is also contributing to, it's costing the country anywhere between 3 to 5% of gross domestic product. Honorable Speaker, 83% of the fatalities are mainly men. And Honorable Speaker, these are individuals aged between 30 to 34. And this is also contributing to us losing very young people in this country. Honorable Speaker, the roads that we have in Kenya, the most roads that are prone to accidents are, one is Northern Bypass, Kangundo Road, Mombasa Road, Outer Ring Road, and Thika Superhighway. These are the roads that are creating a lot of passengers on that road, and also speeding occurs on those roads. Honorable Speaker, Can this accident be avoided? Yes, it can be avoided. The main causes are drunk driving. If we control our drivers, like today what the CS has said, he says he wants to introduce some laws to curb those drivers, specifically the drunk drivers and fatigues. This is what the Honorable from Kisii was talking about. And fatigue is a major issue. Honorable Speaker, traveling from Moyale, buses traveling from Moyale to Nairobi is about 10 hours. And the same bus is going back again after 2 hours, the same driver. So that is a situation where you find fatigue goes into the accident issues. I think, Honorable Speaker, finally what I would say is this. We need to wear our safety belts. We have to driving on safe lives, of course, avoiding overcrowding in the matatus. Like today, what the CS was talking about, Honorable Speaker, is the accident on the matatu about 2 weeks ago. The matatu was carrying 24 passengers, 10 more passengers than the normal required passengers, which are 14 passenger seats. Overcrowding is an issue also. Crossing the road for pedestrians, crossing the zebra line without taking care of cars coming in. And I think if we avoid drink driving, Honorable Speaker, that will also help a lot. Finally, Honorable Speaker, if you can remember, we had Michuki laws, and that time things were better than today. I think what the CS was talking about this morning, I really congratulate him and also thank him for start thinking of even amending those laws. Those laws amended, I think the rates will go down, and that is what must happen. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Sandy.
Honorable Senators, there are a few other senators who would like to maybe make a comment. So I'll guide that we do it maybe 2 minutes so that all these warriors can get a chance. Because I can see some of them were trained even in the morning and they don't get a chance. Let's go to Sengo Karunda Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to what my colleagues have said. I'll start by supporting your statement about Meru, the abduction, the killing of Daniel Muthiani alias Sniper. Mr. Speaker, it breaks my heart as a mother of sons to see that our children, our young men, who are creating employment for themselves by content creation and becoming bloggers, being abducted and killed, and no serious immediate action is taken. Mr. Speaker, they say justice delayed is justice denied. Why has it taken so long for this matter to be concluded and for those who perpetrated this to be brought to book? Why is it taking too long? It is a process that has happened elsewhere and conclusion is done. Why is it that when it comes to Meru, it is taking too long? Mr. Speaker, for me it is really concerning me to see that Meru is on the spot for always wrong things. We had the governor for Meru twice in this house for wrong things. And now we are discussing about Meru because of justice delayed about Sniper. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Ministry for Interior and our friend, Honorable Kindiki, is a neighbor to Meru County, that he makes sure action is taken immediately, the perpetrators are brought to book, and justice is served for the family, the wife, the parents, the relatives, and the friends of Daniel Muthiani, alias Sniper. Mr. Speaker, if we allow as a house this to continue, we don't know who is next. We don't know who other young man is going to be taken, killed, and things are just put and swept under the carpet. We need quick action to bring this issue to conclusion. Mr. Speaker, allow me again also to comment on the issue of accidents on our roads. A statement that was brought by the Senator from Mombasa County. It is of great concern that in our roads there is a lot of disorder, Mr. Speaker. Especially the menace brought by border operators. I would say call them rogue operators of border. The accidents that are happening mainly could be because of drunk drivers, fatigued drivers, maybe drivers who could have even bought their driving licenses, and others who go to shoddy driving schools that are run in this country. Mr. Speaker, we need some order. I'll call on the MTSA to move with speed as well, to check and call the drivers in this country to order by even doing strict following of their licenses. And even if drivers require refresher courses, that to be done to ensure that we curb several accidents. Mr. Speaker, other cause of these accidents could be the state of the roads. It could be because of our discipline on the roads. Mr. Speaker, it is important for action to be taken to ensure that we save lives in this country and we don't lose young lives like what happened about the 11 students of Kenyatta University. I pass my condolences to the bereaved families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mohamed Abdalla Shakila.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia hii fursa na mimi kuchangia kidogo katika hoja ya ajali za barabara. Mheshimiwa Spika, ajali za barabara zinaweza kupunguzwa ikiwa sheria itafuatwa kikamilifu. Sheria ya kwanza ambayo haifuatwi kikamilifu ni ufungaji wa mishipi kwenye magari. Utakuta watu wanadharau sana hilo jambo, na ni jambo ambalo linaweza kuokoa maisha. Na ni muhimu sana hizo.
Senator Shakila, what is
nimemaliza.
Just no wait, just a moment. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nikubalia nitumie Kiswahili tafadhali. Nataka kumuuliza kupitia kwako Senator Shakila kama anazungumzia sheria ama sheria. Manake Bwana Speaker, sheria ni sheria ya Kiislamu. Je, anazungumzia sheria ama sheria? Asante Bwana Speaker.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria na sheria hazina tofauti, ni ulimi wako vile unapenda kuongea. Ukitaka kuongea sheria ama sheria inamaanisha hivyo yote kawaida. Sawa, kwa hivyo ukitaka kujua zaidi nione nyuma ya tent nikufunze mengi. Mheshimiwa Spika, pia ajali zingine utakuta nchi kama Rwanda, bodaboda inabeba mtu mmoja na wote wanavaa helmet. Lakini hapa Kenya bodaboda inabeba watu 4-5 na wakianguka wanafariki wote. Hawafuati sheria za kuvaa zile makofia ambazo zinachunga maisha ikiwa umepata ajali. Kwa hivyo pia enforcement ya law ni muhimu sana itekelezwe ili hii ajali za barabara zipunguzwe. Matrafiki barabarani unakuta wanachukua mahongo. Anakuambia tu akikuta scratch kwa gari yako, hii gari mbona imekwaruzwa hapa, toa kitu kidogo. Lakini hawawezi kuelewa kwamba hii gari pengine iko na shida, na ni njia gani serikali itaweka kuhakikisha kwamba magari yanayotembea barabarani ni ya salama na yako sawa na yako safe. Kwa sababu utakuta magari mabovu yanatembea barabarani na ndio yanayoleta maajali. Gari linaenda bila breki, gari linaenda.
Senator Shakila Abdalla, sijui.
Na nina mengi Mheshimiwa, ningetaka kuchangia hizo hoja zingine zote, maana mambo
na yeye hako na haki
ya mazingira pia ni mambo mabaya hasa.
Sijui ni jambo gani angependa kujua zaidi kwako.
Kiswahili tu.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the standing orders does not exist in futility or in vain. Standing order number 98, I have seen repeatedly my sister, Senator Shakila, repeating by saying nyuma ya tent yuko safe. I thought in our standing orders, if you have insisted on using either Kiswahili, like Ledama did today in the morning, or use English, is it in order to interchangeably use the words? Yet our standing orders state that if you start with English, you use with English. If you start with Kiswahili, you proceed with Kiswahili. Is it in order for her to proceed that way?
Tenti kwa Kiswahili ni tenti, bwana Speaker. Tenti kwa Kiswahili ni tenti. Ningependa also pia kuchangia juu ya NEMA wa mambo ya mazingira. Mazingira ni kitu muhimu sana, Mheshimiwa Speaker. Tunaelewa uharibifu wa mazingira unaleta magonjwa na unaleta mambo mengi ambayo kwamba ni hasara kwa binadamu. Lakini unakuta NEMA wako na tabia ya kutoa leseni kiholela bila kufikiria mikakati ambayo ingewekwa kudhibiti zile madhara ambayo yangeletwa na ule mradi ambao unakuja kuletwa. Hatukatai miradi kwenye nchi, hatukatai wawekezaji, lakini tunasema NEMA iwajibike kuthibitisha kwamba ikiwa watatoa leseni kwa mradi wowote, wahakikishe pia wameweka mipango ya kuzuia athari na ajali za ule mradi ambao utakuja kuletwa ile sehemu ambao kwamba utadhuru wale watu ambao wanaishi kwenye sehemu hizo. Mheshimiwa Speaker, kwa hayo machache Mheshimiwa Speaker, nashukuru sana kwa muda huu mfupi na nasema asante.
Asante sana, lakini naomba pia nikueleze NEMA ni halmashauri ya utunzi wa mazingira ya Kenya. Halmashauri. Senator Joe Nyutu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Senator for Nairobi wants to raise a point of order against me even before I've started. But Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to first also pass my condolences and empathy to the students of Kenyatta University who lost their lives in that very bad accident. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that this happened, Mr. Speaker, and probably it's time to ask ourselves whether the drivers of these institutional buses, whether when we are making long distance trips, whether they should be the same drivers that take students to those long distance trips, because Mr. Speaker, these may be people that are not used to driving for long distances. So even as we sympathize with the situation, this is something that we need to think about, Mr. Speaker. We also need to think about the state of our roads, because sometimes some accidents can be avoided if we have a better state of our roads, Mr. Speaker. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to comment on the statement that you raised as in your capacity as the Senator for Meru. Mr. Speaker, the death or the murder of a sniper is something that caught the whole country's attention, Mr. Speaker, because of the way this young man was killed and the way his body also was found. Mr. Speaker, if my memory serves me well, the body had been disfigured, I think using some acids, Mr. Speaker, and this was very sad. Mr. Speaker, the police must act. We pride in having the best investigative police service, Mr. Speaker. And so I just want to believe and hope that the police have not been compromised, because by now the killers, the perpetrators of this injustice should have been brought to book so far, Mr. Speaker. And the police must redeem their image, Mr. Speaker, in this particular matter, because it's a very serious and sad happening that should not happen. Mr. Speaker, we are politicians. Young men and women every morning will critique us. They will condemn us. They will even peddle half-truths and falsehoods against us every morning on social media, Mr. Speaker. But we must learn to live And I'm not trying to presume that Sniper was killed by a politician. But Mr. Speaker, having been a blogger, it is very likely that this death was caused by a politician, Mr. Speaker. So we must learn that when we offer ourselves to serve the public, that then we expose ourselves and the people can say anything that they want to say against us, Mr. Speaker, and we must develop thick skins that anybody can say anything. The last thing that any person should think about is eliminating a young man or woman simply because they criticize them on social media, Mr. Speaker. And this is something that everybody that offers themselves for public service must learn, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in your statement, you also talked about harassment and intimidation against journalists and anybody, Mr. Speaker, that does bring information to the public. Mr. Speaker, I want to support that statement because everybody must be given their right to report whatever they want to report, Mr. Speaker. And if anybody has a problem, they should go to court and seek legal redress, Mr. Speaker. I say this because some of us also have been intimidated. Some of us may have said things that are not very kind to some people who are senior, maybe in government. And Mr. Speaker, when we speak our minds, we must also be protected as politicians. Because if I rise and say that I stand up against intimidation, I stand up against open hatred, I stand up against disrespect, Mr. Speaker, by whoever it is in authority in this land or even out of this land, Mr. Speaker, I should be protected. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that some of us also feel threatened because of the utterances that we have made against some people in powerful offices, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we must say, without mincing words, that people must be protected, that the law must protect us, that, Mr. Speaker, we have the freedom of expression. If you are mighty, if you are powerful, and I stand up against you, you can do whatever you want, but Mr. Speaker, you must not harm me. Mr. Speaker, isolate me if you want to. Mr. Speaker, do whatever you do, but you must, the government must make sure that we are safe and should not be intimidated, harassed, or anything, Mr. Speaker. And I say that because their senators here was asking me why I'm not in my county today, because everybody thought I should be in the county. But I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to say I have my rights as a Kenyan and I should not be intimidated by anybody. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the statement also that was raised by Senator Mazayo, the majority leader, Mr. Speaker, about environmental degradation in his county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we come from places also where we have quarries in Murang'a County. And sometimes people who mine these stones, Mr. Speaker, building stones, leave, big depressions uncovered after the whole of it. And when the rains come, Mr. Speaker, sometimes floods fill in these big depressions. And when sometimes children play around there, or when one or two people takes what whispers used to call Jeremiah's waters, Mr. Speaker, sometimes they fall into these depressions and fall there, and losing their lives, Mr. Speaker. And so we must all, in one accord, agree and advise that anybody who does the mining must manage these sites, especially after they leave, Mr. Speaker, in order for us to continue assuring our people of their safety, Mr. Speaker. Pollution is something that we must come against. That when these mining, any activities that are done by these people, these miners, these companies, Mr. Speaker, they must see to it that pollution is prevented. And Mr. Speaker, corporate social responsibility, CSR, must also be looked into. Let them build schools, let them build hospitals, health centers, Mr. Speaker, so that the people that live in these areas can be able also to benefit from these activities, Mr. Speaker. They must benefit economically, financially, Mr. Speaker, because that is the right thing to happen. Mr. Speaker, I support this statement. Thank you very much.
Senator Ruto, I wish you stopped at the time you were at the high note, then you conclude at that time. Senator Mutembei Mohammed.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
And kindly, I did beg you to reduce your time at least 2 minutes, because I've only 4 remaining. So just 2 minutes, then
Four remaining.
We go to other business.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Because you have exhausted the statement.
Yeah, mine will be very brief, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ningependa kuchangia taarifa ambayo umeileta hapa bungeni kama seneta wa Meru kutokana na kutekwa nyara na bahatimaye kuuawa kwa mwana blogger sniper. Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni jambo la kusikitisha kwamba hivi sasa ambapo tuna serikali ya Kenya Kwanza mpya, bado watu wanauliwa kiholela. Mheshimiwa Speaker, hili jambo la kuua watu kiholela limekuwa likitokea na serikali zilizopita, lakini mpaka sasa donda sugu hili halijaweza kutibiwa na wananchi wa Kenya wakaishi kwa amani kama inavyosema katiba. Mheshimiwa Speaker, majuzi pia kuna mtu mmoja mjini Mombasa ambaye alikuwa kwa jina anaitwa Yusuf Swaleh Ahmed Kandereni ama Candy Rain. Mheshimiwa Speaker, huyu alikuwa ni mfanyabiashara Mombasa na alitekwa nyara na polisi nyumbani kwake na akapotea. Baada ya siku 8 maiti yake ikapatikana sehemu inaitwa Kuruitu katika kaunti ya Kilifi ambapo alikuwa amepoteza maisha yake. Mheshimiwa Speaker, habari zilizoko Mheshimiwa Speaker ni kwamba alitekwa nyara na polisi na akauliwa kwa tuhuma kwamba alikuwa ni mmoja katika wale ambao wanauza mihadharati. Mheshimiwa Speaker, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni wazi kwamba nchi yetu ya Kenya kuna mahakama ambazo zina uwezo wa kufanya kesi yoyote katika nchi. Mheshimiwa Speaker, je, ni sawa Mheshimiwa Speaker kwamba polisi mpaka sasa hawajaweza kutoa taarifa yoyote kuhusiana na tuhuma hizo kwamba walihusika katika mauaji ya Kandereni ama Candy Rain? Mheshimiwa Speaker, Mheshimiwa Speaker, ni wazi kuwa kunyamaza kwa polisi ni kwamba wanajua kwamba ni kitu gani ambacho walikuwa wanafanya, na hii ni kuendelea kwa mauaji ya kiholela Mheshimiwa Speaker, ambayo serikali hii ilikuwa imesema kwamba itakuwa ni jambo la kusahau. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Asante sana Senator Recha Julius Mulko.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to also contribute to the reports and statements. First of all, I would like to to comment on this one of the accidents on the road. And as my colleagues have shared, I also send my condolences to the families and friends of the students who died. And Mr. Speaker, I think it is something that somebody has to make a decision to stop this menace once for all. When Michuki decided to go singularly against it as a minister then, people thought he was crazy or something because he really went very firm about it and against all the menace that we see every day. And so some of the accidents are caused by mechanical problems that are on the vehicles that are not serviced, and people are not careful what they drive. And then secondly, for institutions such as schools, I think it is time that it should be required that when schools are making long trips, they have to have 2 drivers, one to take the students to where they are going, and another to drive them back, so that they go safely and come back safely. Because long trips, definitely somebody will have fatigue, and somebody will be tired, somebody will be sleepy, and so on. And so it should be made mandatory that 2 drivers have to be there. I know that schools are very careful about finances and so on, but there are other ways that they misuse finances, and so to use finances on safety is the best thing that they ever have in schools. And then on the environment, I think the law should be affirmed very firmly and enforced, so that everybody is conscious about environment. Simple things such as dropping papers and things like that on the road, or even around compounds, should be something that parents and schools and everybody should be made conscious, so that there is a consciousness that you don't see such kind of things and just leave them behind you. Thank you. I support.
Thank you, Senator Olekina Redama.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa nafasi ili niweze kuchangia taarifa au kauli ambaye imeletwa na seneta kutoka Kilifi, ambaye anahusu uchimbuaji wa madini katika eneo la Jaribuni, Kilifi County. Mheshimiwa Spika, uchimbuaji wa madini ni jambo ambalo linahitaji kuzingatiwa kwa umakini sana, au sivyo? Jambo hili ni jambo ambalo sisi kama Wakenya huwa hatuzingatii mazingira. Jambo hili ambayo tunazingatia sana ni uwekezaji. Inatubidi sasa tuweze kuangalia jambo ambalo linatukera sana, ni jambo ambayo sisi kama representative ama wakilishi wa Wakenya, sisi ndio ambaye kila mara tuwapigiwe simu, tuulizwe tuweze kutuma hela ili uweze kusaidia watu kuwapeleka hospitalini. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukisafiri sasa hivi kutoka Nairobi uelekee county ya Kilifi County, eneo la Jaribuni, utakuta kwamba hali ya afya ya Wakenya ambao wanaishi kule imezoroteka vibaya sana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ningeulizwa, na hivyo ndivyo ningependa kumshawishi mkuu ama minority leader, kiongozi walio wachache, angeleta hoja hapa ili tuweze kazi ile ambayo inaendelea huko iweze kusimama, na huo mwekezaji wa hii ya kampuni ambayo inaitwa China U Company ingelazimika aweze kuacha uchumbuaji huo wa madini mpaka masuala ya kijamii yatakayoshughulikiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni aibu sana tukiwa sisi kama Wakenya, ile jambo ambayo tunatilia maanani sana ni ile kuweza kufanya tuwe matajiri sana. Mwekezaji huyo amekuja huko, amechimbua madini, ametoa chuma, ameweza kuuza, amepata hela. Amewacha wananchi wale ambao wanaishi katika eneo hilo la Jaribuni wakiwa katika hospitalini. Wakienda katika hiyo hospitali hawapati madawa. Kweli hii ni nchi gani ambayo tunatengeneza, Mheshimiwa Spika? Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni jambo ambalo linanikera sana. Kwa sababu hata ukienda kule Narok, ukiteremka mahali kunaitwa Siabei, kuna boma ya watoto ambaye hawana mafamilia yao wanaishi kule. Na chini yake kidogo kuna shimo kubwa ambayo iliwachwa na wale wawekezaji ambaye pia hao walikuwa wanachimbua madini, wanachimbua mchanga, wanachimbua mawe ya kutengeneza mabarabara. Ni siku gani sisi kama Wakenya, kama wakilishi wa Kenya tutakasirika tuweze kuwaweka Wakenya wetu mbele na hii maneno ya wawekezaji iwe ni kitu ambaye ni ya baadaye. Kweli Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa ni heri kweli tukuwa na wawekezaji wengi, lakini hatuna Wakenya ambaye wanaweza kuweza kufaidika na hiyo mambo ambaye hawa wawekezaji wanalete. Leo hii Mheshimiwa Stewart Madzayo ameuliza jambo ambalo pia mimi ningependa kuuliza. Jambo la kuhusu majukumu ya shirika la kijamii au social corporate responsibility. Mara kwa wingi hata sisi hapa tukizungumza tunasema, tunajiuliza, je, hii majukumu ya kijamii ni yapi? Hii kampuni ambayo inaitwa sijui China hii imeweza kusema kwamba hii ndio jukumu letu, tutahakikisha kwamba wananchi wa hapa wamepata matibabu wakigonjeka. Mheshimiwa Spika, uchimbuaji wa madini hasa chuma ama iron ore inawacha magonjwa mabaya sana. Hata ile ambaye ile pofu yake na ile ambaye inabaki wakishaosha kutoa ile chuma ikianza kutiririka chini inapeleka magonjwa yote, inaleta saratani, wananchi wote wa Kilifi wanaendelea kuangamia. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ni jambo ambalo sasa kama seneti la Kenya ni lazima tujiulize, kweli ni haki wananchi wa Kilifi waendelee kuangamia? Ukienda kule Mheshimiwa Spika, nikimalizia, utakuta kweli wale wananchi ambao wanaishi kule hata saa zingine kuweza kupata chakula cha mchana ni shida. Sasa kama hawezi kupata chakula cha mchana, je, wakienda hospitali nani atawalipia? Please.
Senator Okiya, ungependa kujulishwa na Senator Faki?
Kabisa, kwa sababu Kiswahili changu
amesema Mheshimiwa Olekina kuwa madini haya, lile vumbi linatoa athari mbalimbali kwa jamii. Mheshimiwa Spika, moja hizi athari Mheshimiwa Spika ni upungufu wa nguvu za kiume kwa watu wanaokaa sehemu zile. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii inatokamana Mheshimiwa Spika, hata ukiangalia kuna hukumu ambayo ilitolewa kwa yale masala ya ile inaitwa kwa Kiingereza Mheshimiwa inaitwa nini, inatumika katika utengenezaji wa simiti. Mheshimiwa Spika, inachanganywa simiti, clinker. Ndio Mheshimiwa Spika, clinker. Mheshimiwa Spika, judgment iliyotolewa kwa pale wakazi wa Uhuru Mombasa ni kwamba ilikuwa inaathiri uwezo wao wa kuweza kufanya tendo la ndoa na bibi zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hivyo hii madini yanayochimbwa kule jaribuni Mheshimiwa Spika, ni baadhi ya athari zake ni hizo. Asante.
Sasa wewe sehemu yako ya kuishi ni hapo ama ni mbali kidogo?
Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi naishi sehemu za Nyali, katikati ya Nyali. Mheshimiwa Spika, athari hazijafikia.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kumshukuru Mheshimiwa Senator Faki ambaye ametilia maanani yale mambo ambaye anazungumzia hapa kuhusu afya wa Kenya. Je, itakuwa ni ungwana Mheshimiwa Spika ikiwa ukienda kule Ujaribuni, Kilifi County, Ujaribuni, unakuta ukijaribu kusimama hivi unahesabu wanaume ni kama 20 peke yake, lakini watoto ni mmoja, kwa sababu vile amesema hii vumbi inaharibu mbegu ya mwanaume. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo ni kitu ambayo inanikera sana, na ndivyo nasema ningemshawishi mwenzangu kiongozi walio wachache aweze kulete hoja hapa katika bunge hili ili tuweze kuchunguza jambo hili. Si jambo la kuchezewa Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukiona watoto ambayo wanakuwa vipofu, ukiona watoto ambaye wanakuwa wagonjwa, wazazi wao hawana hela ya kuwapeleka hospitali, je, tunakuwa kweli fair? How do you say fair in Swahili? Tunakuwa kweli fair? Kegezo. Kweli asante Mr. Speaker.
Senator William Kipkemoi Kisang, what is the experience in Elgeyo Marakwet?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know, there are some light moments this afternoon. So I want to comment on the road carnages, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you go to a country like Tanzania, our neighbor here, you know, people are very disciplined. If the speed limit is 50 kilometers per hour, you will see people observing the speed limit of 50 kilometers. If you must stop on the zebra crossing, people stop. So I don't know what is happening with our culture here, Honorable Speaker. When Michuki was the CS then, and he came up with some raft of measures, and we all obeyed, speed governors were installed in vehicles, safety belts were installed. But I don't know, these are things the CS for transport needs to go back and ensure that we go back to those old good days of Michuki, Honorable Speaker, because the accidents dropped drastically. It's unfortunate that we lost the other day 11 students from my former university, Kenyatta University. We lost a student and a driver from Kapsabet Boys. We lost other people in civil and other areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we need to reflect as a country. I think NTSA needs to sit down, come up with policies or revise the same policies, and those who flout the rules, let them face the law. Honorable Speaker, I was in Arusha recently, and you'll see a border rider having a helmet, one passenger, but here in Kenya, you'll see 6, 7 youth in one border, Honorable Speaker, and none of them, as even the rider himself doesn't have an helmet, Honorable Speaker. I think we need to change as a country so that we don't lose young lives, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the people of Elgeyo Marakwet County, I want to send my sincere condolences to all those who are bereaved during this difficult time. Honorable Speaker, I have an interest in Kilifi, and the senator for Kilifi has just walked out. I wanted to find out from him. I hope he has not been affected because of what Senator Faki has said. I hope he's still safe and doing his normal duties in the evening, Honorable Speaker, because I'm told the clinker is affecting the manhood, Honorable Speaker. Maybe that's the reason why in recent years it looks like the population for Kilifi has stagnated. So that is, I agree with what Senator Olagina said. You need to bring up an inquiry so that you can inquire properly, because if people are given opportunity to do excavation or to mine, if it is maram, if it is gemstone or clinker, they are supposed to restore the environment the way they found it, including planting trees. Otherwise, if these people don't do that, then it means we should deny them licenses to do mining, to do all these things. Recently, we were in your place. There was a petition in this house on nuclear, because they also want to set up a nuclear power plant in Cliff, and the people are also complaining. So, Senator, we empathize with you, and I hope you're okay. You're still performing your duties. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Mr. Speaker, very quickly on 3 statements. The first one on the mining that is happening in Kilifi. Mr. Speaker, my reading of Article 71 of the Constitution is that parliamentary ratification is a requirement for all these agreements that involve a grant of a right or concession by on behalf of any person, including the national government, to another person for the exploitation of any natural resource of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, therefore, one of the problems we have faced as representatives of the people is that sometimes these agreements are never brought to the attention of members of parliament, so that we can put in place a mechanism to address some of the concerns that have been raised by the Senator for Kilifi. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, on the statement on accidents, we in Nairobi here just the other day had a very peculiar case of a matatu overturning on Haile Selassie Avenue. And people were asking, how is it possible to roll a matatu on Haile Selassie Avenue? And because all of you use Haile Selassie Avenue, there is something on Haile Selassie Avenue that never used to be there. A few months ago, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, for no reason whatsoever, decided to put bumps at the exit of the roundabout on El Selassie Avenue. This is a similar, we had a similar case on the southern bypass, that they just woke up one day and put road bumps. And the drivers, because they were not acclimatized, and if you know the bump I'm speaking about on El Selassie, Mr. Speaker, it is not your normal sized bump. So it is very possible that some of the decisions that are being taken by the road authorities are actually contributing to the accidents that we are seeing in the country. That could be preventable. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, allow me also to pass my condolences to the students of Kenyatta University following that accident. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on this freedom of speech, I am beginning to like this House. Ever since last week, Mr. Speaker, and the vote that was taken involving the matter from Kisii, I am starting to like this House, because I have argued repeatedly that there is something called an objective truth. People in the opposition know that the sun rises from the east. And that should also be true for the people who support government or are elected from the government coalition. So, Mr. Speaker, I like when I hear Senator Ruto speaking as passionately as he has this afternoon about freedom of speech. Mr. Speaker, let me just say that today, me together with Senator for Vihiga, we attended the funeral service of Dr. Chakava, who is a foremost publisher, Mr. Speaker, one of the people who founded the East African Publishers. And in his eulogy, Mr. Speaker, they told us that this was a person who had the courage to publish things in that era where publication of things against government could actually attract a death penalty for you. And Mr. Chakava, Mr. Speaker, was writing, publishing books by people like Ngugi wa Thiong'o, at a time when we had sedition on our books, at a time when subversion was still a crime in this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Chakava himself, Dr. Chakava, we are told in his story, was one day followed by goons, presumably sent by government types. And they beat him up very badly, Mr. Speaker, and cut off one of his fingers. This is something that was happening way back in the 70s and 80s when we were under one-party rule. We will never allow ourselves to go back to that particular period in time. I have loved hearing the Senator for Kirinyaga saying people who put themselves in public spaces must grow thick skin. That is exactly what I was trying to say yesterday, that in fact, even in this House, people who have had experience in politics of the types of the president doesn't need to be protected from hecklers, Mr. Speaker. So when I see the CS for Interior, instead of looking for the people who killed Sniper in Meru, he's going to look for the people who heckled the president in Bomet. Mr. Speaker, my reading and understanding of Article 33 puts only 3 limitations on the freedom of speech. And I can read them out here for record, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, freedom of speech does not extend to propaganda for war, incitement to violence, and advocacy for hatred. That is the only limitation on freedom of speech. You are allowed to boo public officials, Mr. Speaker. You are allowed to insult us. Personally, Mr. Speaker, immediately I got myself into public space. I grew a thick skin. I don't even block people who insult me on social media. I want to keep reading those insults every day so that I know that for as long as I am pissing off the people who are against the things that I say, I am on the right track. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be in a country where we are eliminating people for their political views because they have criticized you, because they don't like what you're saying, because they have opposing views. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge this House, and together with the Senator of Meru, I want to pledge my support. We want a speedy resolution to the murder of this young man, Mr. Speaker, because this is something that should not be happening in the kind of times that we live in today in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator wa Nairobi. Last but not the least, Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga. Sorry?
I contributed on this one.
I'm
waiting on the next matter.
On the statements.
Yes, yes.
But I cannot see Senator Betty on my screen. No, not yet. Can you give her the mic, Senator Betty Motet?
Thank you for saving me, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me also very quickly add my voice on the three statements which have been brought to this Honorable House. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me start with your statement. I think it is very, very unfortunate that to date, the body of the late sniper has not been laid to rest. Mr. Speaker, sir, you can imagine the agony the family is going through. That since that young man was murdered, to date, he has not been put to rest. So that means his family cannot also settle having somebody in the mortuary. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would urge the Minister of Interior, coming from a neighboring county, to take this matter seriously. This is a matter we've had the Deputy President speak on, and Mr. Speaker, what I would kindly ask you as a leader from the same community, please let's stop politicizing this issue. The young man needs to be put to rest. And please, I urge the people of Meru, as we look for justice, yes, I know justice delayed is justice denied. Let us please allow the body of the late sniper to be put to rest, and the people can start mourning. Because when the body is in the mortuary, I believe the family is not even able to mourn, leave alone to move forward. Very quickly again, let me comment about the road carnage, Mr. Speaker, as I pass my condolences to the family and the fraternity of Kenyatta University, Kapsabet boys, and so many other accidents that we've had lately. Mr. Speaker, sir, what I know, all these problems we have is because we don't follow the law in this country. The laws have been made, very good laws. Some have been put into action, other are in the shelves. And Mr. Speaker, knowing the Minister for Transport in this country, the current Minister, Honorable Murkomen, our former Senator, I know he's an able man. I trust that he can do it. If he just came out strongly and be our second savior, our second Michuki, Mr. Murkomen is an able CS, he's a hard-working man. We've seen him, we know him from this house, we used to hear him before some of us came to this house, and I know he's an able CS. If only he can put his foot down, this menace is going to be eliminated in this country. On environment, still, I'll say still for people not following the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, when these big investors come to this country, I believe they are given all the conditions and the laws of this nation. And if followed clearly, if people stop following them for handouts, the law will be followed clearly, and all this mess we are seeing, all this environmental menace we are seeing in this country will stop, and things will move the correct way if Kenyans are to follow the law, and especially the people who are there to enforce the law. So if everybody did their jobs and did them well, I'm sure we'll not have all these problems. I support the statements, and thank you for giving me a chance.
Thank you. That's the end of that session. Let's go to the next order.
Order number 8, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2024 medium-term debt management strategy. Resumption of debate interrupted on Tuesday, 19th March 2024.
All of Senators, Senator Okech, and a balance of 12 minutes. So if you are ready, you proceed and consume your time, or if you are not, then we can give to any other senator interested to contribute. Senator Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was born ready. Mr. Speaker, just to perhaps, rekindle our minds about yesterday's conversation, we were talking about this particular motion that was moved by the committee that I sit in on how we can be able to deal with our debt in the country, Mr. Speaker. And I did allude to some conversations yesterday to do with physical consolidation, and I think that I want to dedicate my conversations around, as a country, how can we be able to start thinking about serious physical consolidation? The idea that what are these major drivers that are making us not to be able to come out of this debt menace in the country, Mr. Speaker? And just perhaps to redeem some of the areas that I did focus on yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the current physical deficit that we are looking at in these years, BPS that have been put forward, Mr. Speaker, is 703.9 billion. That is the money that the government is looking at in terms of trying to close that physical deficit that the government has. And Mr. Speaker, it has been proposed in this MTDS that 55% of that is going to be borrowed externally, and 45% is supposed to be borrowed domestically, Mr. Speaker. I've always held the view that domestic borrowing in whichever form, Mr. Speaker, as long as it goes to the ages of 25% and above, Mr. Speaker, it then brings the idea of crowding out, Mr. Speaker, where the government will be borrowing more at an advantage of businesses that are locally in the country than the businesses will be able to borrow in a commercial setting where commercial banks will find it more lucrative for them to be able to make quicker money and more stable, give more stable loans to the government than they would ordinarily to businesses, Mr. Speaker. I can attest to this, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that even the lower part of the pyramid, Mr. Speaker, that this current government has wanted to focus on in the narrative of hustlers, the hustler nation, Mr. Speaker. If you remember last year, the central bank did give a report on the MSMEs landscape. This will be the micro businesses that we have in this country, small, medium enterprises that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker. And the challenge that we had in the entire last year, and I think it's a challenge that we're still going to face in this year, is that small and medium enterprises, for every money they borrow, about 10 shillings that they borrow, 6 shillings they end up defaulting. And why are they defaulting? Is because the capacity that they have in terms of being able to run a business is not there, and therefore banks will be dissuaded even more when they realize that these small and medium enterprises cannot be able to borrow more predictably, and therefore they just become unbankable. So, Mr. Speaker, this is something that as a country we must start thinking about. How do we ensure that before even we get to the domestic borrowing and external borrowing conversations, we can be able to shrink and shrink and shrink the physical deficit in this country, Mr. Speaker. And some of these areas, Mr. Speaker, that I talk about very passionately about was which are the areas that are enticing capital for government to spend in, Mr. Speaker. I have held the view very strongly that if we are borrowing money, Mr. Speaker, and that money does not go to development. For instance, right now, we are ranging between 65 and 68% of our national budget going on recurrent budgets, whereby we are just financing a budget that is not a development budget, Mr. Speaker. If we continue borrowing as a country to be able to eat, to be able to buy Panadol for workforce, to be able to just consume, Mr. Speaker, we end up being in trouble. Another thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, as I submit on this, is that I have been sitting in the committee of CPIC, that is County Public Investment and Special Funds Committee, Mr. Speaker, and in that committee we have been able to observe a serious problem with regards to pending bills and with regards to consumptions that mirror the national level, Mr. Speaker. In fact, counties are facing a situation whereby if they don't learn from the conversation that we are having in this house on debt management strategy, Mr. Speaker, our counties are going to reach a point whereby the pending bills are going to be more in terms of nominal value than the equitable shares that they are getting, Mr. Speaker. We are going to wake up one day where our counties are going to find themselves with a lot of contract pressure from suppliers that need their money paid, because these suppliers that are in counties, Mr. Speaker, they come on the basis of a contract. And if there's one thing that the Constitution of Kenya protects and our laws protect, is contracts to investors, contracts to suppliers, and contracts to anybody who end up getting into dealing with any form of government, whether national government or county government, Mr. Speaker. And from where we are seeing ourselves heading as a country, Mr. Speaker, the counties must start learning from this MTDS conversation in the Senate and in Parliament in general, because counties are facing a serious challenge in terms of their own physical consolidation, Mr. Speaker. Just to give you a perspective, Mr. Speaker, if you look at where the counties are spending currently, like on domestic travel and subsistence, Mr. Speaker, on such things as hospitality, expenditure in counties, Mr. Speaker, these areas are gobbling a lot of money from counties, to the extent that the expenditure in some of these areas could be used to be able to pay some of the pending bills. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that in the national government, as we try to raise money, the ordinary revenue, as we try to raise money from different Eurobonds, and as we try to raise money even from grants from external sources, Mr. Speaker, the first charge for the government has been always nationally paying for this debt. In fact, I remember last year, Mr. Speaker, there were some weeks that the national government was paying a whooping 100 billion per week in debt. Now, our counties are going to start facing a situation whereby they are going to start paying the first charge of their money to suppliers in terms of pending bills, Mr. Speaker. And rightfully so, because if we do not have counties and national government paying our suppliers, Mr. Speaker, the common people in this country who are working day and night to be able to supply goods and services to our government, Mr. Speaker, we are killing this economy. We are killing it because without being able to guarantee payment to these suppliers, without being able to guarantee payments to young people in this country, Mr. Speaker, that are working to be able to supply goods and services to government, then there is no enterprising economy that can be able to go on, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this conversation should be larger. The idea of physical consolidation should be a larger conversation that we are having both at the county level and at the national level, because otherwise, that is what ends up being a pressure on the national government to keep on adding taxes that sometimes don't make sense in whichever way you think about it. Even the pressure about housing bill that we had here, Mr. Speaker, is all the effort that the government wanted to see how they can be able to solve the housing equation in an area that they don't have their own money to be able to put, to be able to solve the issue of housing, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, you end up being forcing the common mwananchi to go and put their money into this fund because you cannot raise it by yourself. And then it ends up being a tax that's additional to the burden that the mwananchi already has. And Mr. Speaker, if we do not solve this issue of expenditure in government, we are still going to have a problem in this debt management strategy. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I finish, I want to invite the House, Mr. Speaker, that we must start keeping the National Treasury to account in the data point that it has forwarded to this House with regards to shrinking that debt to GDP ratio. There is desire, of course, that by 2029, they are hoping to reduce it all the way to 55%, Mr. Speaker. They made a commitment of this formula, moving us from a numerical value last year to going to this ratio value, Mr. Speaker. But since last year up to now, Mr. Speaker, we haven't had an engagement, not at the committee level and not at the House level, where the ministry has come and given us quarterly data in terms of this is how we are going about it. This is the adjustments on our GDP index projections that we are seeing. And these are the kind of debts that we are taking in terms of concessionary debts that we are taking this particular month in such a way that we are sure that we are on track. That is why, Mr. Speaker, last year you saw that by the time we were closing December last year, Mr. Speaker, the debt to GDP ratio stood at a higher level than where we found it at 70%, Mr. Speaker, because there is no proper monitoring by this particular House. Therefore, I want to invite the House to pay a lot of attention to the National Treasury figures that has been given in this debt management strategy in a way that it is a proper oversight and a proper update to this House, so that as a House, we can be able to tell the country that the number of indices in terms of debt that we're taking from different places can be able to be dealt with. And alongside that, Mr. Speaker, we cannot sit pretty on the idea of Eurobond that was floated the other day, the 1.5 billion Eurobond that was floated the other day, Mr. Speaker, because it did not come as a factor of this debt management strategy. It came as a factor of business cycle in the US, where the US government showed an interest to be able to reduce the interest rates on the dollar in the United States. And of course, that basically pushed the markets to be able to adjust. One of the observations of the committee is that that particular act did bring some confidence to investors to be able to start putting some dollar in our economy and to bolster even tourism in our economy. But it's not a sustainable indication of stability on our foreign exchange and the value of our Kenya shillings. This is something that as a House, again, we must monitor in the next few months and ensure that it does not put us at a danger whereby we keep on borrowing more because we are borrowing against the dollar more, and that borrowing against the dollar, should any bump happen, especially after the US election, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Next is Senator Manzo Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that while contributing on this very important report, that 20, and I'll be much shorter, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that there's no country in the world without debt. And in fact, there are almost many families in the world have debt, and many individuals in the world have debt. But the biggest issue is how do you manage the debt? And Mr. Speaker, we've had a very good example. The US, which is a very rich country, is heavily indebted. Israel, for a long time, has not been having debts. And if so, they are very well manageable. And the particular individuals in Israel, or business people in Israel, do not have debts. But when you come to Africa, every African country is heavily in debt. There is nothing wrong with borrowing, so long as the money, Mr. Speaker, goes to the right thing, that's the right, what it was borrowed for. Unfortunately, we've been borrowing money, and without proper structures of corruption, the country is losing a lot of money through corruption. And the burdens of corruption are so, courageous that they are sure they will steal from public coffers money which is borrowed, money which taxpayers are struggling to pay. They are sure and courageous that they will go through investigation, they will sail, and even if they are taken to court, they are sure that they will still have their way and they will get away with it. And Mr. Speaker, that's where the challenge is. We really need to slay the dragon of corruption in Kenya if we are going to get anywhere with all these debts we have. And most important also, when it comes to production, Mr. Speaker, Kenya is an agricultural country. I saw a report the other day of fake fertilizer. Fertilizer being sold in stores. It means the farmer has lost money. Somebody has sold them the wrong fertilizer. And then when they go to farm, then the produce will be poor. Yet this is a country which is supposed to be producing food. What is the aftermath of it? We will end up to borrow money to buy food to feed our people. And the circle continues, Mr. Speaker, because of corruption. There it goes on again, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to some of the mega projects. If you compare the costs of some of our major projects here with the ones in Rwanda, with the ones in Ethiopia, you find that ours are very exaggerated. And that amounts, even if it's road construction, it amounts to official corruption. There is collusion from the contractor to the engineers, so that a road which have been done with so little money, which is being done so in Australia, in other parts of the world, in Africa even, ours we pay 10 times what the others have paid. And I think if we begin dealing with that, Mr. Speaker, we are going to save a lot, such that if people can collude, then and at the same time, we have pendy bills. And even delayed projects, Mr. Speaker, like Ithwaka Dam, for example. When you delay a project, it becomes more expensive. You end up paying double what the project would have costed. Kenyans still lose. We have a huge debt to pay, and Mr. Speaker, it will take a lifetime to pay. So there are many, many examples, Mr. Speaker, whereby we are losing as a country mainly because of corruption. For any country which has succeeded, they have first fought corruption completely, from Singapore to all the Asian tigers. They have, to China, even there's a death sentence for corrupt people. There is total recovery of all stolen property. In our case, that is not the way. Most people are billionaires because they have stolen from the public. And Mr. Speaker, up until when we make sure that we have strengthened the fight against corruption, then it is going to be very difficult to ever pay these debts, and the country will continue to be broke. Even if people are taxed 100% and everything we worked for went into taxes, we will still not pay our debts so long as there is corruption. We will always be having a problem, and we will always face issues. And the same corruption, Mr. Speaker, results into political instability, which chases away our visitors, tourists, because the other way we earn money is through tourism. And the other result of the same corruption, Mr. Speaker, is a lot of pendy bills in the counties, Mr. Speaker. When we delay counties' money, then we delay the payments. And the more they are delayed, some people are going to court. They get huge court awards. They have interest rates. And up to when they will be executed, although there is a Government Proceedings Act, and sometimes you can never auction government, whatever these people will be paid, a lot of money would have been lost out of mismanagement, Mr. Speaker. So from the counties, you know, where there are a lot of pendy bills, where even claimants, people who have worked for the counties have done projects which you can see, which have cost them money, and even if you value and assess them, you find these people are owed money. Then, Mr. Speaker, they are delayed in payment. They go to court, they are frustrated. They get a court judgment, no one is paying. Most of them have ended up dying, leaving their children poor, and their companies collapsing, which still does not help the country. It reduces the payment of taxes, and it goes on and goes on. So, Mr. Speaker, we, as a country, we now must make a resolve to fight corruption from, you know, young children, so that it is taught in schools, morals, good values, high schools, universities, so that we have to change the whole configuration of most Kenyans, that for you to become wealthy, you must take shortcuts and you must steal from the public. Mr. Speaker, if we can manage corruption on its own, then, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to manage our affairs, our financial affairs, we will be able to manage the debts. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a day will be zero corruption, and I look forward to a day Kenya will be a working nation, everybody motivated to work, good farming, Mr. Speaker, so that we can pay our debts and become a developed nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Senator William Kipkemoi, Kisan.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also rise to support this motion, this report by the Finance and Budget Committee. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we are really in a crisis, especially because of the debt. Because if you read the report, Honorable Speaker, they say from December 2022 and compared to the current debt, Honorable Speaker, the nominal ratio to GDP is 70% from 67 because of the depreciation of the Kenya shilling. So it is, I mean, these other challenges with the economy that is also making it very difficult for the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we need to manage our debt because as this currently, it is standing at over 11 trillion. And Treasury have indicated that in the next 3, 4, 5 years, Honorable Speaker, they are going to reduce the nominal ratio from 70% to 55%. So I believe, as the committee have given us an indication that by end of April this year, Honorable Speaker, Treasury will give us the policy and the way forward, so that as a House we monitor closely, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you also check on the local debt and external debt, one of the reasons why I believe, Honorable Speaker, our businesses are struggling, it is because the government is borrowing internally, Honorable Speaker. When they borrow internally, it means our businesses don't have access to loans. And then at the same time, the loans, because the banks are sure, they know very basically that the government is not going to default, it means they deny our businesses opportunity to borrow, and the interest rates, if you see for the last 6-8 months, the rates have been going up. And when the borrowing rates go up, Honorable Speaker, it becomes also expensive for the business community to drive, Honorable Speaker, to create also more opportunities for our youth, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we need to be disciplined. I remember between around 1992-93, Honorable Speaker, up to 2002, the Woods, the EU, US, they denied the late former President Daniel Aramoy loans and donor funds. But the country was doing well. People were able to go to school. People were able to put food on the table. We need to fight the bullet. Maybe we need to check. Because the other day we had the budget policy statement in this house, and there is a deficit of over 700 billion. Maybe we need to say for a year or 2 years, can we live within our means? Can we live within our means without doing any development? We finished what we already currently doing, and we stopped borrowing, and we're not going to die. We should not borrow to buy medicine. We should not borrow to pay salaries, Honorable Speaker. If we are unable to give salary increments because we are not raising enough resources, then be it. We can stay for a year or 2 years without salary increment, Honorable Speaker, and we should be able to explain to the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on also raising revenue, there are very many leakages, Honorable Speaker. If KRA and Treasury, they put in measures in place, I believe we should even be able to raise close to 3 billion. Basically by ensuring there are no leakages. There is a lot of corruption, Honorable Speaker. And it's very easy. I mean, if we are willing, and you know it must start from the top to bottom, so that we know there are no leakages. If you as the father of the house, or if you as the senator or the governor, they see that there are things that you are doing that are not right, basically it will go downstream, Honorable Speaker. We need to check these things. We need to ensure governors are not giving unrealistic own source revenue, and they create bending bills. That is one of the reasons why we are suffering other counties. A county will say they'll be able to raise $1 billion, and they raise 300 million, and they'll have budgeted for the 1 billion. What happens to 700 million works that have been committed, Honorable Speaker? So it is important that we have a conversation as a country, so that basically we come out of this mess that we are in. You know, you go to countries like Singapore, Malaysia, you know, corruption is not tolerated, Honorable Speaker. So we need to be serious. Maybe we need to be dictators. I agree, a country like China. You know, China, if you are found, I believe, they said you will go through they will hang you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe we need to do that for a year or 2 years, so that we get back to our discipline. The reason why we were commenting the other time about carnage on the roads, it's because of also indiscipline, Honorable Speaker. Instead of people going to go to driving school properly, get a license, we like shortcuts. You buy a driving license, you go and train on a boda in a field, within 30 minutes you are carrying 5 passengers. How will we grow if we are not adhering to some basic discipline, basic values as a country? Honorable Speaker, I support this report, and I believe by this end of April, Treasury is going to give us the policies, the measures on how they are going to bring down the nominal ratio from 70% to 55%, the international acceptable percentage. Otherwise, technically, we are in the red, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. I support.
Thank you. Senator Tobiko, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the report of the Finance Committee on the debt management strategy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this one cannot be overstated in this country today, Mr. Speaker. That, Mr. Speaker, if Kenya manages, its debts well, international debts and even the local debts, Mr. Speaker, then this country will be able to move in strides. This country will be able to uphold the dignity of its people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if there is anything that has really, put pressure on Kenyans, it is the international debts that we have from all the world lenders, Mr. Speaker, the IMF, the World Bank, and all that, Mr. Speaker, the Eurobonds, Mr. Speaker. But I believe and I see, like the Kenya Kwanza government, led by the President, His Excellency William Ruto, has started on the right footing, Mr. Speaker. That we mop up our own resources, we mop up our own finances to finance our programs so that we reduce international borrowing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think Kenyans may feel a pinch for now, but I believe it will pay off on time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what also ails this country, besides these international debts, it's also how these resources, after being borrowed, are spent, Mr. Speaker. There is too much, financial leakages, Mr. Speaker, in terms of corruption, Mr. Speaker, and if we address the issue of corruption, both at the national and the county levels, Mr. Speaker, then, we will see the value of the resources that we are borrowing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as of now, a lot needs to be done. As of now, priorities needs to be put right, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, beyond just the borrowing, there are Kenyans, there are regions that feel that have mega projects because of the money that is borrowed. The tragedy is, Mr. Speaker, even if these resources are channeled towards specific regions, the rest of Kenya must pay, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, this is what I have always been saying, that Mr. Speaker, we need equity, we need a fair distribution of these resources so that every Kenyan feels the value of what has been borrowed and also the pain of paying, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, there are those who will feel a greater pain because they have not seen the projects that have been, that these resources have been used, Mr. Speaker, to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the expressway, has become very useful in Nairobi, and I'm sure everybody feels, the value of that project. Everybody feels it has come to save us from the jam, Mr. Speaker. I just wish the expressway was extended, Mr. Speaker. Beyond Mulolongo, Mr. Speaker, maybe a little further towards Kitengela. There is a jam in Kitengela, Mr. Speaker, that is always a gridlock of around 2-3 hours, Mr. Speaker, every evening and every morning, Mr. Speaker. And yet Kitengela accommodates a lot of people who are working in Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. If only the expressway can extend a little further towards Isinya, Mr. Speaker, it will open up the area. A lot of Nairobians will go and enjoy the fresh air of Kitengela and the environs. You will have your homes there, Mr. Speaker, and we are very hospitable people, Mr. Speaker. We do accommodate all Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of Meru people in Kitengela, Mr. Speaker. There is the face of Kenya there, Mr. Speaker, but without the necessary infrastructure, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tobiko, just a minute. Senator Chalgei. Okay. It is not in order to stand between the speaker and the member contributing. Sure. Because you are gesturing at me when my eyes are on Senator Tobiko.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Senator Cherargei has a lot of energy. He needs to be reined upon a little so that he's a bit orderly, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what I was saying is that, in the environs of Kajiado, Rongai, Kiserian, Ngong, Kitengela, the open areas towards Nairobi. There is no more room in Kiambu, Mr. Speaker. There is no more room in Thika, Mr. Speaker. And yet these Nairobians want to move from the flats of Nairobi. They want to move from, the congested estates in Nairobi, Buruburu and the others. People want to own homes and own homes and compounds and, a bit of place to keep even chicken and whatever. And that room can only be found in Kajiado, Mr. Speaker. It should go to everybody in this country, every policy maker, every CS and every PS, Mr. Speaker, that Kajiado needs infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. In Kajiado, we need roads. In Kajiado, we need electricity. In Kajiado, we need access to clean water, Mr. Speaker. Fresh water, Mr. Speaker, from, Ndakaini should extend to Kitengela, Mr. Speaker, and the environs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, look, just look beyond the Wilson Airport and look beyond, Mr. Speaker. You'll see very beautiful lands. Go towards the Kiserian Pipeline Road. You'll see very beautiful lands. I know each one of you would want to own a home there. But we don't have roads, Mr. Speaker. We don't have the necessary infrastructure. That is why you're all congested in Nairobi and there is room that could open up for you. Kajiado is part of the metropolitan, Mr. Speaker. But in this metropolitan, which I have always said, it looks like a pie. The pie is Kiambu, Murang'a, Machakos, Kajiado, and Nairobi, Mr. Speaker. But in that pie, the rest of the part of the pie has been developed. And there is a piece of the pie that has been left, Mr. Speaker. I don't know, I wonder, in these ministries, those who make the necessary policies, Mr. Speaker, to direct resources, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether they think the resources taken towards Kajiado will be to take care of cows or human beings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I keep looking at the social media pages in Kajiado, and it shocks me. When those who have moved from Nairobi to Kajiado are always asking for tarmac roads, Mr. Speaker, and they think it is the leadership of Kajiado that is denying them tarmac roads, Mr. Speaker. It is not. Mr. Speaker, we just need the resources distributed equitably, Mr. Speaker, so that every county can enjoy the necessary facilities. The municipalities, Mr. Speaker. Today, Kitengela is a big town. But it doesn't have sewer systems, Mr. Speaker. It is a sad story, Mr. Speaker. Even Ngong and even Rongai, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to develop all areas equitably so that even when we are paying for these debts, Mr. Speaker, we pay while we know where they have gone, Mr. Speaker, where they've been utilized, Mr. Speaker. Instead of telling us every day we are paying for Mau Mau roads in Kiambu and Mau Mau roads, I don't know towards where, and we have paid for these Mau Mau roads since 1963, and we are still putting tarmac roads in every village in central Kenya, in Mount Kenya, but we never have roads towards the rest of, our counties, Mr. Speaker. This is where it pains. Mr. Speaker, this is where you find some Kenyans feeling like they are not part of this country, feeling like they have been neglected, and maybe because of our numbers, Mr. Speaker, we may never be able to raise a president or a deputy president or those positions that matter, that distribute the resources, and so we keep lagging behind. Mr. Speaker, we just want to be included as part of this country, Mr. Speaker. We want roads, Mr. Speaker. Every day, Mr. Speaker. And I don't know whether you live in Kitengela, because most of you do live in Kitengela. I look at people saying, oh, we need all Namanga Road tarmacked. Oh, the former MP has not brought tarmac. I wish I could. But I was not going to use my father's cows to do the tarmacking. It is definitely the national resources to do the tarmacking. And for 10 years, I've been asking for old Namanga Road to be tarmacked. I've been asking for Kura to come to Kitengela. It is now that they have come, Mr. Speaker, after my noise in 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker,
It hurts when those who are moving from Buruburu, the middle class estates, Mr. Speaker, when they come out there and they demand that we have tarmacs. They have left tarmacs in Nairobi. Can we be given resources and the necessary infrastructure to be able to accommodate your brethren, Mr. Speaker, to be able to accommodate the rest of Kenya? If then our community does not deserve, then we have your brothers there. They are in Kitengela. The Luos, my brother Eddie, they are there in Kitengela. We have all Kenyans there. And so, Mr. Speaker, we just want to ask for, equity. We need to these resources, Mr. Speaker. It pains me every day to live in Nairobi when my home is a stone throw away, but I cannot live there because we have no roads. Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to welcome you, for some buzichoma in my home. You will feel it, Mr. Speaker, because it's so near. I can see the lights from Nairobi, but I have no road to go home, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also, as when we talk about our counties, I don't know whether it's corruption that was devolved to our counties, but it's a pathetic state. I agree with Senator Eddie about the pending bills in counties. It's just going to be a huge crisis very soon, Mr. Speaker, if we do not manage the pending bills, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I wish this House, because this is the House that really, oversights counties, can reign over the counties about the pending bills and the various governors about these pending bills, so that when a governor finishes his term, they should also complete together with the payments of all the pending bills of that time, Mr. Speaker, so that a governor has a chance to start on a clean slate, Mr. Speaker, so that your development is seen and maybe the development of the other person, can now comparatively be looked at, Mr. Speaker. But when you inherit pending bills, Mr. Speaker, you may spend a whole term trying to sort out pending bills of a previous regime, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I arise to support that this is good, Mr. Speaker, and we need as a country to think on the direction we are channeling our resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Tobiko. You have spoken so passionately on Kajiado roads. I wish, the way you have begged me, I wish I'm the one who gives out the roads. I could have commanded all the roads to be brought there from tomorrow. And also I hope, Senator Chalage, you have noted that date in Kajiado. You remember? So thank you very much indeed, Senator Tobiko. Senator Mandago Jackson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this medium-term debt management strategy. Honorable Speaker, my concern goes to two areas, and that is on the issue of pending bills, both in national government and at the county government's level, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we strive to manage debt, I think it would be prudent to ensure that we also don't continue accumulating debts, particularly for county governments, Honorable Speaker, for services rendered, for goods delivered, and as a nation that is struggling to create employment, we kill the same enterprises that have grown over time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I therefore want to propose to this House that we make recommendations to the controller of budget, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the subsequent budgets in the new financial year, Honorable Speaker, before the budgets are approved, there must be clear provision of funds for clearing pending bills that have been audited and found to be genuine both in national and county governments, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, our growth in GDP cannot be achieved if we continue piling pending bills and killing the enterprises that are supposed to grow the economy, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I strongly want to recommend and propose to this House that before the budgets of 2024-2025 are approved and funds released, there should be provisions for payments of all pending bills. Honorable Speaker, as a House, the controller of budget, as suggested by the majority leader, and all senators have followed up to support that intervention request, Honorable Speaker, that the controller of budget shares the reports of counties
so that as Senate we are able to check on the spending of the resources. Honorable Speaker, it has been found that a number of counties are making requisitions for payments of pending bills, but the same funds are being diverted to other causes and not payment of pending bills, indicating, Honorable Speaker, that there could be a possibility of a budgeting on source revenue, and therefore the reality of the resources available vis-a-vis what has been expended cannot be met, Honorable Speaker. Number two, Honorable Speaker, as a country, in order to manage this debt, I welcome the government's move to work with private sector, both nationally and internationally, Honorable Speaker, under the public-private partnership to develop infrastructure that would require massive resources. Honorable Speaker, roads are very important for the growth of the economy of this country. And if we want to open up all parts of this country to trade, to business, to growth in terms of industry, Honorable Speaker, the role of roads cannot be underestimated. Honorable Speaker, I therefore want to support the ministries and national government decision to engage private sector, both national and internationally, in development of tolled highways in the country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if we take Thika Road, for example, Honorable Speaker, when Thika Road was being built, and I want to support the ministry and say that Thika Road must be tolled, Honorable Speaker, for it to realize what it was meant for. Thika Road must be expanded all the way to Mandera and all the way to the border of Kenya and Ethiopia, Honorable Speaker, so that the goods that we are importing from Ethiopia, and for your information, Honorable Speaker, the beans we eat in this Nairobi, and probably the 60% of supply of beans to this country is actually from Ethiopia. 50% of meat supply is from those pastoralist northern areas, Honorable Speaker. We need to open up those roads, and I support the ministry that these roads must be tolled, and we must engage partners who are going to help us toll all the major highways so that we can develop these highways across the country at the same time and realize equity so that Honorable Senator Tobiko, Honorable Speaker, can also be a happy senator because the highway to Namanga will has also been expanded, and therefore increasing the efficiency of transportation of goods and services from our neighboring country, Tanzania, which at the moment, Honorable Speaker, we are doing a lot of imports from Tanzania through Namanga. And with that kind of road that has a lot of congestion, the road is narrow, with the increased population that is being driven because of urbanization towards that part of the country, an expansion of that road will definitely see increase in volume of trade. So in order to also ensure equity, we want to support the national government and Ministry of Roads in implementing this tolling program of all highways. Honorable Speaker, one of the major economic corridors in this country is the Mombasa, Nairobi, Nakuru, Eldoret, Kitale, West Pokot, Turkana, all the way to South Sudan, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if that road is to be tolled and made a 4-lane highway, the time it takes to transport goods to South Sudan will reduce by 2 days, Honorable Speaker. And that means the volume of trade and the efficiency in delivery of goods will have increased, and Kenya will benefit. It has shown that every time we do a road, a number of small towns, markets begin to grow simply because goods now can reach markets. There's a lot of production in the rural parts of this country. The challenge has been, how do you move those goods to the market? And that is why cartels drive in this country, because they take advantage of the poor infrastructure network, take advantage of a farmer who cannot transport their goods to the market because of poor road networks, and therefore devalue the productivity of that farmer in the rural part of this country. While we all know that agriculture remains one of the sectors that creates the largest percentage of employment in this country, Honorable Speaker. I therefore want to support the ministry and only ask the ministry that this time round, those processes must be completely transparent. We don't want situations, Honorable Speaker, like what we witnessed in the expressway, where part of government funds had been expended in development of that infrastructure, but all the revenue that is being generated is going to a private investor, Honorable Speaker, of which we are not sure, because records have not been availed to this House, whether what government invested has been subtracted from the total investments that is now being paid through the use of those roads. We also want to encourage the Ministry, Honorable Speaker, that even as they seek international partners to develop these roads, Kenyans, locals with capacity should be given priority, or at least a certain percent of that investment should be reserved for Kenyan investors, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have a very vibrant cooperative movement in this country. And if you look at the resources the cooperative sector and the cooperatives cumulatively are controlling, Honorable Speaker, it runs close to trillions of money. Given opportunity, these cooperatives can be part of those investing in this infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, so that Kenyans can also benefit from these infrastructural developments, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finally I want to emphasize on the issue of pending bills and say that the controller of budget, particularly for county governments, Honorable Speaker, should not release funds in the next financial year unless counties have made provision. And Honorable Speaker, there are debts that have remained unpaid in a number of counties for more than 5 years, Honorable Speaker. There is no way you would expect that enterprise to continue being in existence if their funds are going to be withheld. Not because probably that enterprise has not delivered service or goods, but simply because they did the work or delivered goods or gave service during a term of a previous governor, Honorable Speaker. The trend in this country where payments to suppliers, to business people, is hinged on which administration is in office should come to an end. Once goods and services are consumed by the public and the Auditor General are certified that indeed the expenditure was proper, then the service or the goods should be fully paid for by either level of government or government agency that has actually utilized that service, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to support that we need to manage debt in this country, and we also still insist as a House, Honorable Speaker, that we still need a complete audit of all the debts that we have in this country. It is not possible that we are still paying debts that were borrowed in 60s, and we have not been given any records by National Treasury of how much of these debts we have cleared. How many debts are new? How many debts are 10 years, 40 years, 20 years old? We are not just, Treasury cannot just be talking of debts. It is time they also provide records of these debts, because we could be servicing debts that we have already finished, Honorable Speaker. We therefore, I therefore want to ask the Treasury, even as we discuss this debt management strategy, that we shall also be demanding that we be given all the records of all debts, even if it is going to take this House 5 or 10 days to interrogate. We better begin having clean records of how much debt it is owed to who, when was it borrowed, at what rate, Honorable Speaker. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we witnessed short-term borrowing by national government, especially towards the run-up of the last general election, Honorable Speaker, where government was borrowing debts that needs to be paid in less than a year. In fact, any government borrowing debts that you need to pay in less than 6 months is equivalent to a government operating through a Shiloh, Honorable Speaker. Any sensible government should have concessional loans that you are given even time to first even invest before you begin repaying. But we want to ask Treasury that they find a way of rescheduling, renegotiating the terms of those loans so that the economy is not hard-pressed to service loans at the expense of also delivering service, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Honorable members, there's being no other senator interested in contributing to this motion, I call upon The mover, Senator Osotsi, I have a recording here to the effect that you have got your 3 minutes in the county boundaries bill. You want to contribute to this report? Wait for the mic.
Contribute to debt management.
To debt management.
Yes.
All right. Senator Faki, resume your seat so that we allow Senator Osotsi to conclude as the last member to contribute to this report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity. You know, debt management strategy is a very, very, very important issue in this country. And therefore, this motion is equally very important to this House. Mr. Speaker, in this debt management strategy, there are 3 levels of debt. We have multilateral debt, we have bilateral debts, and we have commercial debts. The multilateral debt is about 3.1 trillion shillings, which is at least 50% of the total external debts. And the bilateral debt is about 1.4 trillion shillings, which again is 23% of the debt. And then the commercial debt is about 1.7 trillion shillings, which comprise about 27% of the debt. Mr. Speaker, I think a lot of emphasis should be put on commercial debts because they are expensive debts. And when they comprise about 27% of the total debt, that becomes a problem. And one of these debts is Eurobond. I think as a strategy, the country should seek to reduce the level of commercial debts so that the interest charged can go down significantly. Mr. Speaker, during the campaigns, the issue of public debt was one of the very, very important topics that were discussed by both sides of the political divide. And we agreed on nearly most of the things. And one of the things was that we come up with a strategy of lowering the public debt, issues like renegotiation of debt, restructuring, and all those kind of things. Mr. Speaker, we are not seeing much of that. This strategy should be talking about that as well. Domestic debt, Mr. Speaker, you have noted that the domestic debt has been going up. That's not a good sign. Because if we have an economy where domestic debt is going up, what it simply means is that you are competing as a government. You are competing with the private sector to borrow. And that leads to high interest rates. For example, Mr. Speaker, now, debts attributable to treasury bonds is about 4.2 trillion shillings. Debts attributable to treasury bills is about 565 billion shillings. Debts attributable to overdrafts and IMF special drawing rights is about 220 billion shillings. I think as a strategy, the government should focus in reducing the domestic debt so that you don't compete with the private sector in chasing debt and therefore overall affecting the development of the private sector. Mr. Speaker, allow me to talk about the whole process of engagement on, as a parliament on matters of laws or strategies around financial matters. We have just passed the budget policy statement, the BPS, which was passed by this House, and one of the most fundamental things that this House said in that policy statement was that we are going to allocate 415 billion shillings to the counties. We know that the division of revenue bill is coming. We will also have an opportunity to also process the county allocation of revenue bill. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised to see yesterday that the National Assembly was debating the division of revenue bill. And that is not a good thing, because this division of revenue bill is one of those fundamental bills that hugely affect counties. And it should originate from this House, Mr. Speaker. Why would that originate from the National Assembly, that the National Assembly is able to discuss matters of division of revenue to our counties ahead of the Senate? I think something is wrong in this parliament. Something is fundamentally wrong. And we are seeing a trend where bills that affect counties hugely are now originating from the National Assembly, and we are not doing anything about it. The housing bill, the water bill, and probably many, many other bills are going to originate from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I said here some time back that this Senate has to wake up. We must wake up and fight for devolution in this country, because at this rate, we are going to be partners in destroying devolution in this country. We know we belong to various sides of the political divide, the minority side and the majority side, but the most fundamental thing that should make us work for the Kenyans is Article 96 of the Constitution, which says that we exist to protect the interests of our counties. And we cannot protect the interests of our counties if we are allowing devolution to be fought using the very, very institution which is supposed to protect devolution. Mr. Speaker, even as we talk about this, we must ask ourselves very serious questions. And that is why I support that the bill, the House of Parliament bicameral bill must be processed so that we define which aspects will originate from the Senate and which aspects will originate from the National Assembly. Because we cannot allow the National Assembly to be the ones to determine for us how much will be taken to the counties. We have already said that we want 415 billion shillings to go to our counties. Let that stand. That cannot be varied in the division of revenue bill. And I want to say very clearly, the only house that has the powers to determine how much will go to the counties is the Senate. Some 2 weeks back, Mr. Speaker, I was in a function where a commissioner for Commission for Revenue Allocation stood up, and in the presence of Senator Cheregei and myself, that commissioner said, we are going to give counties this amount of money. And I asked her, you do not have powers to give. The powers to give is the Senate. You only recommend. And we can decide to go with your recommendation or reject your recommendation. So people are misusing the powers to give resources to our counties. The power are the Senate. And even National Assembly, as they discuss division of revenue bill, they must not interfere with what we have proposed in the BPS, that we want 415 billion shillings to go to our counties. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go further than that, but all to say that management of debt in this country is the most important aspect of our economic management, and a lot of emphasis must be put in ensuring that this country is able to live within its means. And one of the things that contribute to high increases in debt is when you try to come up with ambitious budgets. Then you have a budget deficit. When you have a budget deficit, where do you get the money? You either tax people, but you cannot continue taxing people anymore. You will go and borrow. So even with this budget that we are proposing, I don't see how they are going to manage the issue of debt here. They will still be forced to go and borrow so that they can manage the budget deficit. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
I now call upon Senator Faki to reply to the motion.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kujibu mswada huu ambao ni muhimu sana katika bunge letu la Senate na kitaifa kwa jumla. Kwanza Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kuchukua fursa hii kuwapongeza na kuwashukuru maseneta wote ambao wamechangia mswada huu, wakiongozwa na kiongozi wa wengi katika bunge hili, Mheshimiwa Senator Cheriot, Senator Sifuna, Senator Olekina, Senator Uroba, Senator Okiya ambaye pia ni mwanachama wa kamati ya fedha, Senator Maanzo, Senator Kisang, Senator Tobiko ambaye amezungumza kwa hamasa kubwa, Senator Mandago ambaye pia alikuwa ni governor wa gatuzi la Uasin Gishu, na mwisho Senator Ososi. Mheshimiwa Spika, la msingi ni kwa japokuwa dhiki ya deni imepungua kwa sasa, lakini bado iko hatari ya dhiki hiyo kurejea tena, kwa sababu tuliona kwamba kwanza serikali ilisema kwamba italipa ile deni ya Eurobond kufikia Disemba mwaka uliokwisha, lakini hawakuweza kulipa, na walipopata mkopo mwingine mwezi huu wa pili, tuliona kwamba wamepata mkopo wa dola bilioni 1.5, wakati deni lote la Eurobond ni bilioni 2. Mheshimiwa Spika, ilikuwa ni bilioni 2. Kwa hivyo japokuwa malipo yatafanywa kwa wakati, lakini hili swala la dhiki ya deni, Mheshimiwa Spika, yani debt distress, ni kitu ambacho kitaendelea kuwa katika shingo yetu kwa muda mrefu utakaokuja. Mheshimiwa Spika, mapendekezo yaliyotoa maseneta wote ni mapendekezo ya kufaa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuhusiana na vipi bajeti yetu itakavyokuwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kwamba kutakuwa na mapungufu ya dola bilioni 703.9 katika bajeti ya mwaka huu, na hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mapungufu hayo yataweza kufadhiliwa na madeni ya kutoka nje ya 55% na vile vile madeni kutoka ndani ya 45%. Mheshimiwa, katika madeni ya kutoka ndani kwamba serikali itakuwa inapingana na wananchi na wafanyabiashara katika kupata fedha za kufanya maendeleo ama kuziba pengo lile ambalo liko, na hiyo itasababisha mkurupuko wa bei wa riba katika nchi yetu, na vile vile mkurupuko huo utasaidia pia kuongeza bei za bidhaa katika nchi yetu, kwa sababu fedha itakuwa wafanyabiashara ama benki nyingi zitakuwa za kopesha serikali kuliko kopesha wananchi, ambapo itakuwa ni shida kuweza kupata malipo hayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, Senator Sifuna alichangia kusema kwamba tumepuuza mapendekezo ya ISPAC, lakini hiyo si kweli Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu mapendekezo yote tumeweza kuyajadili na kuyaweka katika ripoti ile, na kwamba hatukuweza kuchukua pendekezo lile kama pendekezo la kamati, sio kwamba tumeweza kupuuza mapendekezo ambayo yametolewa. Mheshimiwa Spika, swala la ufadhili wa kutoka kwa watu binafsi, yani public private partnership, ni swala ambalo tumejadili hata wakati wa bunge lililopita Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati tulipokuwa tunaangalia mabadiliko ya debt ceiling, yani kwa Kiingereza yani mabadiliko ya juu ya deni, tuliangalia masuala ambayo serikali ilikuwa imependekeza, na moja ya pendekezo ambalo lilikuja na serikali ni kwamba wameweza kupitisha sheria ya ile tunaita public private partnership, kwamba miradi sasa ya serikali inaangaliwa kwanza, inapelekwa katika msingi ya public private partnership. Waangalie kama wanaweza kupata mfadhili wa kuweza kufanya mradi ule ili aweze kujilipa polepole. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, Nairobi Expressway ni moja ya miradi ambayo imefanyika, na kwa kweli tunaweza kusema ni mradi ambao umefaulu, kwa sababu tumeona malengo yametimia na vile vile wananchi wanalipa bila ya kulalamika kwa njia yoyote. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni cha kustaarabisha ni kwa serikali hii ilipochukua mamlaka ilijaribu kupuuza ile miradi ya nyuma yote ambayo ilikuwa imepangwa ama mikakati ambayo imeweka kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba ile sheria inaweza kutumika na kufaidi wananchi. Na nimefurahi Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba sasa serikali inajaribu kuchukua mbinu hii ya kuleta maendeleo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, kwa sababu ni njia ambayo itasaidia kupunguza ile dhiki ama pressure ambayo inatokana na upungufu wa fedha ambazo serikali iko nayo kwa sasa, ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata maendeleo. Mheshimiwa Spika, miradi mingi inaweza kufanya kwa njia hii ya ufadhili wa kibinafsi ili kupunguza madeni na pia kupunguza na kuweka pesa katika nyanja ambayo itakuwa zinazalisha kwa haraka zaidi kuliko vile ambavyo zinazalishwa kwa miradi ambayo inachukua muda mrefu. Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile tumependekeza katika ripoti hii na furahi maseneta wengi wamechangia kuwe na ripoti za mara kwa mara zinazokuja hapa kutoka kwa hazina kuu, kwa sababu tumeona kwamba tukishaletewa ripoti kama hii ama mswada kama huu wa kuangalia mipango ya madeni na mikopo ya serikali, hatuangalii tena Mheshimiwa Spika mpaka mwisho wa mwaka ujao. Mwaka ujao ndio tutaletewa tena mwezi wa pili tarehe 15 tutaletewa nyingine medium term debt strategy kuiangalia tena upya. Lakini hatuna ufuatilizi Mheshimiwa Spika kuhakikisha kwamba yale ambayo yamependekezwa na serikali yanatekelezwa na kuhakikisha kwamba deni inabakia chini ya 55%. Mheshimiwa Spika, tulikubali mwaka jana kubadilisha mfumo wa deni kutoka kwa kile kiwango cha trilioni 10 ambacho kiwango cha juu cha trilioni 10 ambacho kilikuwako, na tukasema kwamba tuifanye kuwa ni asilimia ya mazao katika nchi, yani GDP. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, hatari ya hiyo ni kwamba kwa sasa tuko asilimia 67.9 na kuna uwezekano ya kwenda juu, kwa sababu tumewapa serikali mpaka mwaka wa 2028 na 2029 ndio iweze kupungua na kufika asilimia 55. Kwa hivyo kwa huu muda ambao uko sasa Mheshimiwa Spika, inaweza kwenda kwa njia yote, inaweza kupanda, inaweza kushuka. Na hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika ni hatari kwa sababu tumewapa, kwa mfano tumesema tumewapa serikali a blank check Mheshimiwa Spika, ili kuona kwamba wanaweza kukopa bila ya kizuizi chochote. Kwa hiyo ndio tukasema Mheshimiwa Spika kwamba ni lazima kila baada ya miezi mitatu hazina kuu ilete ripoti hapa katika bunge hili la kuhakikisha kueleza kiwango cha deni kimefika wapi. Mheshimiwa Spika, Seneta Mandago alizungumzia kuhusiana na orodha ya madeni ambayo tutadaiwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo ni muhimu sana kwa sababu tumeona kuwa madeni mengi mengine yalichukuliwa kwa wakati wa uhuru miaka 60 iliyopita Mheshimiwa Spika, na labda bado tunayalipa madeni hayo. Mheshimiwa Spika, madeni mengine yalichukuliwa lakini hakuna mradi uliofanyika. Kwa mfano deni la Kimwarere na Aror Dam Mheshimiwa Spika, hizo zilifanya nini? Mheshimiwa Spika, kulikuwa na tuhuma hapa kwamba hii Eurobond ya kwanza ilipochukuliwa pesa hazikuja katika nchi ya Kenya. Na tuhuma hizo Mheshimiwa Spika hazikuweza kujibiwa. Kwa hivyo iwapo tutaiona orodha ya madeni Mheshimiwa Spika, tutaweza kuamua kwamba je, ililetwa Kenya ama haikuletwa Kenya. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mwisho ni kuwa maseneta pia wamezungumzia masuala ya ufisadi. Mheshimiwa Spika, ufisadi hatuwezi kuufungia macho kwa sababu ni kitu ambacho kinaathiri. Ufisadi katika serikali kuu, ufisadi katika serikali zetu za kaunti. Serikali nyingi za kaunti Mheshimiwa Spika, kila serikali ina madeni, ina malumbukizi ya madeni kwa sababu hawajaweza kulipa wanakandarasi kwa wakati unaofaa. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii inasababisha kucheleweshwa kwa maendeleo katika kaunti zetu na vile vile pia kuendelea kulumbukiza madeni kila mwaka mnenda mwaka rudi. Kwa serikali kuu, Mheshimiwa Spika, pia madeni ni hawa. Asubuhi waziri wa fedha, waziri wa barabara alikuwa hapa akisema kwamba kuna madeni ya bilioni 150 kwa wizara ya kwa masuala ya barabara peke yake. Yani Kena, Kura na Kera wana madeni ya bilioni 150 ambayo inadaiwa. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, hii ina maana kwamba kila mwaka tutakuwa tunaendelea kulumbukiza madeni, ambao madeni haya Mheshimiwa Spika hayatasaidia, kwa sababu jambo la kwanza ambalo pato la serikali linastahili kufanya ni kulipa deni. Na ikiwa madeni ni mengi, ina maana kwamba pesa za maendeleo zitapungua, na ikiwa pesa za maendeleo zimepungua, ina maana kwamba hatutapata yale maendeleo ambayo tunayatarajia katika nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ufisadi ni lazima serikali hii ijitolee kupambana na ufisadi. Mheshimiwa Spika, mpaka sasa ishara walizotoa Mheshimiwa Spika ni kwamba hawako tayari kupambana na ufisadi, kwa sababu kesi nyingi ambazo zilikuwa zimepelekwa mahakamani zote Mheshimiwa Spika zimeondolewa, na hii inawavunja moyo wale wachunguzi wa kesi hizi za ufisadi. Iwapo watapata nafasi nyingine ya kufanya uchunguzi, Mheshimiwa Spika, sidhani kama watakuwa na hamu na ghamu ya kuweza kufanya uchunguzi ule, kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao wanatuhumiwa wameweza kupelekwa mahakamani na hatimaye kupatikana na hatia. Kwa hiyo mengi Mheshimiwa Spika, nashukuru tena, nashukuru bunge hili kwa kutupa fursa ya kuleta ripoti hii muhimu katika mfumo wa fedha wa nchi yetu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Faki.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba kuwa tuhairishe kupigiwa kura kwa swala hili kuambatana na kifungu cha 66(3) cha kanuni za bunge hili. Asante sana.
Honorable Senators, voting on this particular motion shall be deferred to the next sitting. I call upon the clerk to call upon the next order.
Order number 9, the County Boundaries Bill, Senate Bills number 6 of 2023. Second reading, resumption of debate interrupted on Tuesday, 5th March 2024.
Honorable Senators, debate on this particular bill was interrupted on 5th of March, and as at that time the Honorable Senator Osotsi was on the floor, and you still have got a balance of 3 minutes to conclude on your contribution to the bill. Proceed, Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stopped at the point where I was saying that the bill is a good thing that has happened. We have made several attempts to address this issue in parliaments of the past, but nothing has come out. We have received so many petitions, either in this parliament or in our various offices, about matters to do with boundary review. But the the boundary area that has attracted a lot of interest, a lot of petitions, is Maseno-Vihiga boundary. And Vihiga that I represent, I have received numerous requests from the people who stay around the Maseno area that they would like that matter to be addressed. And that matter does not just affect the boundary, but also other institutions. For example, the church, hospitals, roads. There have been some of the issues that have come up. Mr. Speaker, I am very optimistic that with this bill, this long-standing problem that we have had will be addressed. But I had suggested that the bill should not just focus on one scenario. That is the scenario of boundary review. It should also look at the worst case scenario. That what if the review does not happen? Because we know that this matter of boundary review is going to be a hotly contested issue. how do we move forward? So they must look at also scenario B, which in my view is if the issue of boundary cannot be resolved, let us look at the issue of provision of services. Let us look at the issue of revenue share. Let us look at the issue of sharing in infrastructure. Let us look at the issues of religion and all that. Because I am saying this, Mr. Speaker, because a lot of revenue that Maseno gets, which is in Kisumu, emanate from Vihiga County.
Senator Osotsi, your 3 minutes has since been consumed by your contribution. So I will invite the honorable members who have requested from the dashboard to speak to this bill, and Senator Manzo Daniel Kitonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank Senator Moses Kajwang for having brought this bill back. Mr. Speaker, the County Boundaries Bill 2023 was previously County Boundaries Bill 2022, and it was caught up with parliamentary time. It had been moved by the now Governor of Makwiny, who was then Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Mr. Speaker, the County Boundaries Bill has tried to put together and synchronize the boundaries of the counties in Kenya, bearing in mind that, just as has been said by Honorable Osotsi, there has been very many petitions, there has been very many complaints on boundaries, and especially when it comes to levies, and again also when it comes to, Mr. Speaker, police stations. And mainly the jurisdiction of dealing with boundaries is done by the independent boundaries, the IBC. And right now, unfortunately, we don't have IBC in Kenya. We don't have the commissioners. The rest of the structure remains. And without the commissioners, Mr. Speaker, there are no boundaries which can be reviewed or synchronized. And therefore, Mutula Kilonzo Jr. came up with this bill, which has now been adopted by the Honorable Moses Otieno Kajwang, word by word, other than his name. And therefore, I raise to support it and say that it is 6, under its section 52, it is 6 to repeal Cap 105A, which is the District and the Provinces Act. This act is the one which laid the districts as in 1992. And when the new constitution was being made, that is what was followed, Mr. Speaker, to come up with the new counties, the 47 counties we have today. And unfortunately, there has been many issues, especially in many borders. At times, people are lost, Mr. Speaker, as to, although this is highly determined by the chief, the administrative boundaries, the county commissioners, RAIM, and again also the wards and the sub-wards. And then again also where a member of county assembly is elected, guides, because the police stations do guide the borders. And one of the things which has been in dispute are police stations, the other ones are markets. And I want to bring it closer home. And before I do that, I want to state that the Honorable Mutula Kilonzo and now Kajwang then went on to define each district as of the 1992 situation when the Districts and the Provinces Act applied. And he has gone on to look at the borders as they were then in 1992 for the 47 counties, and has gone on to describe border of county by county. And that's why this Taveta County, originally from Makwiny. And there are many people settled in Makwiny originally from Taita Taveta County. And one of the border disputes or towns has been Mutituandei town. The status of Mutituandei town is that some matter was filed in court by 3 residents of Mutituandei who complained, you know, without justification, that they, in fact, they themselves wanted to pay levies of the county to Taita Taveta, yet they're in Makwiny County. And the court matter, when it went to Mombasa courts, it was decided that the court moved itself and stated that it had no jurisdiction to deal with the matter, referred the matter to the National Land Commission. The National Land Commission was unable to deal with the matter for lack of jurisdiction and was sent back to the courts. And the courts then decided to deal with the matter of the levies alone. And when it dealt with that particular matter alone, it was not able to proceed since there is no IBC, as the right jurisdiction falls with IBC. So the courts have no jurisdiction. The National Land Commission has no jurisdiction. It is only IBC who have jurisdiction. And therefore, recently when the Cabinet Secretary for Interior was in Makwiny, particularly Kambo, dealing with the new district which actually touches Mutituandei and touches that particular border, set up a committee of the 2 county commissioners and the administrators therein to sit in the next 2 weeks from that time, meaning now we have 1 week to go, so that they can come up with the actual borders between Makwiny and Taita Taveta. So the county commissioner of Taita Taveta and the county commissioner of Makwiny, and many other, you know, associated people to come up with a committee which has already been set up to be able to arbitrate this particular matter. But the truth of the matter is that the border dispute between Makwiny and Taita Taveta is a nullity. There isn't any border dispute. The chief of Mutituandei belongs to reports to the county commissioner of Makwiny County. The OCS of Mutituandei reports to the commander of Makwiny County. The ward Mutituandei, the elected MCA there, is of Makwiny County, and he sits in the Makwiny County Assembly. He's a deputy speaker, in fact. And the polling stations there, all of them vote at Makwiny County. At no point have they ever voted at Taita Taveta County. But we are very keen on this particular matter, myself and the senator for Taita Taveta County, in that we do not want these very friendly counties to go into any dispute at all in a matter which does not exist in the first place. We want harmony because, as I've said, most of the people have moved from Makwiny to Taita Taveta, and people have moved from Taita Taveta and trade in Mutituandei, knowing very well that they are trading in Makwiny. And therefore, it is just 1 or 2, in fact 3 people who brought this matter and by their own volition wanted to pay taxes to another county, levies of the county, but not Makwiny County. And therefore, I would like to state clearly that that particular dispute is really a nullity, but we just want this team which has been set up recently to come up with an answer as quickly as possible, and that will be reported to have settled the matter in court. In fact, in that particular matter in court, which has hearing dates, we have gotten one of the best lawyers in Eastern region, a senior counsel, Eric Mutua, who was one time the chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya, to deal with the matter, and is dealing with it competently. But should this act also pass before all those are concluded, then we'll go by the boundaries put in this act of parliament, and I believe that will settle the matter once and for all, so that our people can live in harmony. We are very keen that the 2 counties coexist peacefully, and that no one should come to Mutituandei, which is in Makwiny, and claim that it is in any other place. At the same time, people have tried to politicize, come out with fake newspapers, printings that the cause has already determined. You know, all this is really people who want to cause trouble between counties which have been existing very peacefully. And you know, that sort of idea is actually criminal. And that person should be dealt with, you know, in an appropriate manner. A criminal is dealt with so that we can settle peacefully and people can coexist. Mr. Speaker, again on this particular matter, on the other side of Taita Taveta, the last police station is somewhere in the park, and it is even kilometers away from Mutembei. And when they do public participation, that's where the governor of Taita Taveta ends. There is no single time the governor of Taita Taveta ever did in the last 12 years or so, ever did public participation in Mutembei. And therefore, this particular sort of disputes are duplicated in numerous other counties, and this act will settle the matter once and for all. And therefore, it is imperative that this law, which has really been designed very carefully and thoughtfully, will settle disputes in many counties, including Makwiny and Mutembei. And I would like to urge the residents of those two counties really to wait for the outcome of this act, wait for the outcome of the committee set recently by the Minister in charge of Interior, and also considerably in the event the courts proceed with the matter, whatever will be the outcome of the courts. And therefore, no single person of Makwiny has been levied from Taita Taveta, and no single person has been denied to do business. And anybody having a doubt, then they can go to Mutembei and make inquiries into all business premises there. They will find that there is no one who has come to give trouble to anybody. Only people who don't wish the two counties well have been brewing trouble, which is totally unnecessary. Mr. Speaker, I really want to support all this which have been proposed before, which have been debated very well, which has a very good schedules, and which comes up with data and historical border systems of these two counties. I want to submit and say that I support, and I look forward to this law be passed so that the matter can be settled once and for all. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Senator Manzo. Senator Okech Eddie. Senator Okech, proceed to.
Mr. Speaker, you know, Chirage is looking at me with a very unusual eyes, so I don't know what is going on, but it's okay. I feel protected, Mr. Speaker, and especially because it's the evening. Chirage is not as dangerous in the evening as he is during the start of the session. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a wonderful bill, and I think that if you read the Constitution, Chapter 6 of the Constitution starts by defining the territory of our country, Mr. Speaker, purely in the context of counties, and it is furthered in Schedule 1, whereby the counties that today we enjoy being part of in our respective capacities, Mr. Speaker, are well enumerated in Schedule 1 from number 1 to number 47, Mr. Speaker. And the challenge with the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is that the idea of the boundaries of those territorial units in our larger territory called Kenya, Mr. Speaker, are not well defined. And I want to belabor much to say that the definition of that was furthered by the use of the Districts and Province Act of 1992, and to be specific, Cap 105, in which the boundaries then that were used in terms of determining the boundaries of counties, which were previously those districts under the said act, Mr. Speaker, were not satisfactory, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is natural that the issue of boundaries are always going to emanate. And to be specific, Mr. Speaker, solving such an issue becomes very complex because there is one issue of determining what is actually the boundary of a county. And then there's the issue of altercations that comes with altering those boundaries because of different issues, Mr. Speaker. And I find this bill amazingly placed in the context of even being able to help our countries, Mr. Speaker, to define what their borders are, Mr. Speaker. You've seen, I remember that last year, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest confrontations that we had in this House was the issue of Sondu versus the issue of Kericho, Mr. Speaker, where, if you remember very well, my brother, Senator Boni Alwali of Kakamega, together with yours truly, Educate, had a small confrontation on the loss of lives in Sondu, Mr. Speaker. And the loss of lives in Sondu, Mr. Speaker, was in such a way that the people between Kisumu and Kericho have been fighting over what actually constitutes the boundary of those two counties, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes these disputes, Mr. Speaker, these disputes come with an economic excitement and an economic interest, Mr. Speaker, because if you look at somewhere like Sondu, Mr. Speaker, it's one of the most performing markets in that particular region. And you will find that sometimes the issues such as who collects the local revenues in this particular border center that then attract serious economic activity and economic arrangement in that particular community, Mr. Speaker, then it becomes an endemic fight that will always continue, Mr. Speaker. So this particular bill seeks to put together a good framework, a legal framework that can be able to allow people to sit and be able to address these things. For example, Mr. Speaker, we know that under Article 188 that has been quoted here a number of times, actually that article does not necessarily suggest that the dispute of boundaries will be sorted by IEBC. You know, IEBC comes in boundaries review. But before review, Mr. Speaker, is the question of where do I belong as a person from Kisumu, or where do I belong as a person from Kericho? Even most recently, where do I belong as a person from Kisii, if I'm from Kisii, vis-a-vis where do I belong as a person from Nyamira if I'm from Nyamira? To the extent that that question, that fundamental question of what actually is the boundary of a county comes to place, that comes before IBC can be able to review the boundary. So before we talk about boundary review, Mr. Speaker, that basic definition, this bill seeks to address it by establishing what it calls the Independent Counties Boundaries Commissions. And that commission, Mr. Speaker, is definitely in line with Article 188 of the Constitution, because Article 188 of the Constitution does not refer to IBC as the fundamental institution to be able to solve the issue of boundaries. But it actually does refer to any independent commission that can be formed using a parliamentary process such as this that Senator Kajwang has rightfully put together in this bill to be able to help us rethink the issues of boundaries, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this is very important because if you think about it, Mr. Speaker, the nature of our boundaries that were drawn under the Act of the 1992 Act, Mr. Speaker, the Districts and Provinces Act, the physical features or the landmarks that were used at that time, Mr. Speaker, have since changed. Many things have changed if you think about it from 1992 to today, Mr. Speaker. In 1992, Mr. Speaker, I remember that there was the Rio Conference or the Rio Summit that sought to bring to the attention of the world and even make to some grassroots communities the idea of climate change issues, Mr. Speaker. At that time, nobody took climate change very seriously because it was an issue that had just come in 1998 through one NASA scientist called Johnson, who actually brought this to the Senate of the United States, that climate change was becoming a major issue that needed to be addressed. And if you look at the case for investment on climate change, Mr. Speaker, since 1992 to date, there hasn't been a robust investment to be able to deal with the problems of climate change. Now, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine that between 1992 to date, if a child was born in 1992, they are probably 30 years old by now, or 31 years old by now. Within 32 years, Mr. Speaker, many things have happened in terms of delineation of a physical feature that defined boundaries at that time, Mr. Speaker. If, for instance, a river that used to be seasonal, that was being used as a feature at that time, was used to, in the district boundaries marking and even the districting in that era, Mr. Speaker, then definitely by now, Mr. Speaker, that river no longer exists. So that even if you used it to say that District X, that then became Boundary Y in the current arrangement, was used using that river, Mr. Speaker, then now you can't even imagine where that river exists. And this will lead to serious, perpetual conflict after conflict after conflict, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, having such a legal mechanism as what is proposed in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is the right way to go, and is also the best way to go, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that the dispute that we are seeing in county boundaries, Mr. Speaker, is solved. Another big part of this bill, Mr. Speaker, I think is under part 4 and 5, Mr. Speaker, of this bill, is being very explicit on the process and the persona of the people who can be able to propose the the review of boundaries and even alteration of boundaries, Mr. Speaker. I think that the bill has attempted to define very well the people who can be able to propose those alterations, Mr. Speaker. It gives the power to the individuals in terms of any person within a county, but then more specifically, it gives people like MCAs who live in our grassroots communities the power to be able to review boundaries by being able to propose and petition in Parliament, and especially Senate, because most of these boundaries issues are going to affect counties, and therefore this is the house where they can be able to highlight such a things. Mr. Speaker, it gives even the senators of this house the power to be actually able to petition for a review of a boundary in the context of alteration of a boundary, Mr. Speaker. And I find that would be to be a genius, Mr. Speaker, because other than that, the issue of alteration of boundaries has been a political issue. If you think about it, it is where, for instance, governors who sometimes have got the interest of being able to collect some small revenue in the small markets that are within our boundaries, Mr. Speaker, are then the people who end to be to charge people in an emotive political narratives on what constitute their boundaries or not. But this bill addresses this very well by making sure that there is a proper process, there's a proper definition of individuals who can be able to propose for boundary review, and more importantly, there is a proper channel with which the commissions under Part 5, the Independent County Boundaries Commission, can be able to be to solidly deliberate on that particular process, Mr. Speaker. I think that the spirit of this bill, Mr. Speaker, should also be able to help us question such things as whether the counties that we have right now are enough counties, Mr. Speaker. I have held the view that the more devolved units we have in this country, the better off we are as a country. In fact, I hold the view that places like Kuria, where I come from, the Kuria districts of that time and the Kuria sub-county that we have right now, given their functions at the border of the country, and given their functions to our community, and given the population that they have right now, the Kuria should be given a county, Mr. Speaker. Because when Kuria is given a county, it does not take away from Migori County. It adds to Migori County, because when Kuria gets a county and Migori County, the current Migori County gets something like 12 billion, and Kuria also gets 12 billion, Mr. Speaker, then it means that more resources are dissolved to go to the counties, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we may rise. It is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 21st of March, 2024 at 2:30 p.m. When this bill is back in the order prepared, Senator Okiya, you will have 8 more minutes to contribute to it.
Yes, tunaanza mdoni, tunaanza, niko nini?
Good morning. Mimi. Hi. How are you? Good morning. Hello. How are you? Asmio, UDA. Good morning and welcome to the live proceedings of the Senate. This being a Wednesday morning sitting dated 20th of March. The year is 2024, a broadcast equally brought to you by the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in conjunction with the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. This morning, senators are set to consider a number of businesses. Given priorities, a motion by Baringo Senator William Cheptumo on the declaration of cattle rustling and banditry as a national disaster and establishment of a special fund for victims. In this particular motion, the senator for Baringo County wants the Senate to resolve that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior and National Administration and in collaboration with the Council of Governors, do declare cattle rustling as a national disaster, establish a national task force on matters cattle rustling and banditry, and this task force will be charged with 2 responsibilities. Among them is the investigation of the causes of rampant cattle rustling and banditry in the regions as well as the country at large. The task force should also establish the extent of suffering, loss as well as damage the cattle rustling and banditry has occasioned to the communities in all the affected areas. Pursuant to standing orders of the House, a number of cabinet secretaries are set to appear before the Senate plenary this morning. The cabinet secretaries include the Cabinet Secretary for Transport and Roads, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, as well as the Cabinet Secretary for Matters Lands, Honorable Alice Wahome. And to just take you through some of the questions that the Cabinet Secretaries will be replying to the Senate plenary, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Transport and Roads, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, will be responding to questions from a senator for Kisumu County, Senator Professor Ojenda, who wants the Cabinet Secretary to provide a comprehensive data and records on road accidents involving tractors transporting sugarcane from farms to factories in sugarcane growing areas in Kisumu County since the year 2017. Honorable Ojenda also wants Honorable Murkomen to tell the Senate plenary how many of these accidents are attributable to unroadworthy tractors as well as incompetency of tractor drivers respectively, and the measures that the government has put in place to ensure there is proper maintenance of roads in sugarcane growing regions, and state the plans to compensate all persons affected by road accidents
involving these tractors, if any. The Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei, wants the Cabinet Secretary for Roads to provide an overview of the performance metrics of the Kenya Airways KQ, particularly on the gross and operational profit or loss for the half year ended June 2023, explaining how the profits or losses are comparing against other key industry players. The CS is also required to provide a comprehensive account of all financial support, including government bailouts and loans from the Export-Import Bank of the United States of America, extended to Kenya Airways over the last 10 years, highlighting the respective amounts received, and this is for the purposes for which the support was extended. The Senator for Kitui County, Senator Enoch Wambua, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport on the status of compensation to residents whose parcels of land were acquired for the construction of the Kibwezi, Athi, Mutomo, Kitui, Miwani Road. Honorable Murkomen will also be required to indicate the outstanding balance of compensation and state when it will be paid out. The Senator for Bungoma County, Honorable Wakoli, wants CS Murkomen to provide a timeline for the rehabilitation and expansion of Lwakahaha, Chwele, Kimilili, Kamukuya Road to accommodate the increasing traffic, including heavy trucks plying the route. Away from the CS for roads, the CS for education, Honorable Ezekiel Machogu, is also expected this morning. The CS for education will, among others, be answering to questions from Honorable Senators. The Senator for Nairobi County, Honorable Edwin Sifuna, wants the Cabinet Secretary for Education to confirm that Visa Oshwal Primary School in Westlands constituency, standing on land registered under RL29/5996, was categorized by the Ministry of Education as a public school. This was in 1997. Could the Cabinet Secretary also provide the history of the ownership of the said land and explain what the government is doing to settle land ownership tussle between the school and a private developer laying claim to the land? This is in regards to land tussle of Visa Oshwal Primary School in Westlands constituency. The Senator for Kirinyaga County, Senator James Murango, wants the Cabinet Secretary for Education to tell the House if there are any plans by the government to establish a national polytechnic or technical training institute in Kirinyaga County, and if so, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether budgetary allocation for the same will be made in the financial year 2024-2025? Murango also wants the CS for Education to tell the House what initiative has the government taken to establish at least one national polytechnic or technical training institute in all the 47 counties. Honorable Eddie Okech, the Senator for Migori County, wants the CS for Education to tell the House what progress has the government made in putting up the necessary infrastructure, including classrooms, libraries, and laboratories, in readiness for the enrollment of the first cohort of the competency-based curriculum, popularly known as CBC, to join grade 9, and could the Cabinet Secretary confirm whether the progress aligns with the originally set timelines? The Senator for Migori County also wants the CS for Education to provide an update on the implementation of the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on matters education reforms. The CS for matters lands, public works, housing and urban development, Honorable Alice Wahome, is also set to appear before the Senate plenary this morning. And to just take you through some of the questions that the CS will be required to answer is indicate in respective to the value of each parcel of government-owned land that has been designated for the affordable housing projects in Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru and Kisumu counties. The business of the Senate is just about to commence. Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable Amason Jeff Akingi, is presiding over the business of the Senate this morning. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by KBC and PBU. My name is Gladys Mungai. Enjoy your viewing and good morning.
Sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, currently presiding over the business of the Senate this morning, has directed the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes, and this is to give some a sort of leeway, specifically 10 minutes, guided by the House standing orders as per the directives by the Speaker to give some senators time to make their way into the chamber this morning. I can confirm the Honorable CS for Roads, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, has made his way to the waiting chambers, waiting to be ushered into the House this morning to answer to questions from senators. But as we wait for the quorum to be attained, which according to the standing orders of the House is at least 15 members who are required to be in the House at any particular time when the House is sitting. As we await for that number to be attained, allow me to keep giving you some more highlights in regards to the agenda for deliberations this morning by senators. And the other cabinet secretary who is set to appear before the House this morning is the CS for matters lands, public works and housing, Honorable CS Wahome, who will be answering questions from senators this morning. Honorable Wahome will, among others, be responding to questions from the Senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohammed Shote, who wants the Cabinet Secretary to indicate a respective value for each parcel of government-owned land that has been designated for the affordable housing projects in Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, and Nakuru counties, and indicates how many of the parcels are currently being developed since 2017. Honorable Home will also be required to tell the House the value of the parcels of land assigned to respective developers for the construction of affordable housing, and could the Cabinet Secretary also indicate the projected cost per square meter of each housing unit, as well as the interest rate that will be charged to buyers of the said units. The Senator for Nairobi County, Senator Edwin Sifuna, wants the CS for lands to tell the House who holds the title deed for the parcel of land on which Tomboya Social Hall in Makadara constituency in Nairobi County stands, and could the Cabinet Secretary indicate the ownership history of the said parcel of land. CS Wahome will also be required to explain the circumstances under which the parcel of land came into the custody of a private developer who has already commenced the construction works, as well as the measures that are being put in place to reclaim the public land that has been illegally acquired or encroached upon, as well as forestall further land grabbing. These are concerns in regards to illegal land acquisition, and the CS is required to tell the House who indeed owns the title deed to the Tomboya Social Hall in Makadara constituency. The CS for Treasury, Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu, will also be required to answer to various questions. The CS for Treasury is required by the House to tell the Senate plenary what has occasioned the failure by the e-Citizen digital platform to process as well as reflect payments made to some institutions. These institutions are such as the National Health Insurance Fund, NHIF, and could the Cabinet Secretary explain steps taken to remedy the situation? The senators also want to understand where does the convenience fee charged and all other payments fail to reflect on the platform end up, and could the Cabinet Secretary report on the safety as well as efficiency and efficacy and reliability of the e-Citizen digital platform in the light of the numerous complaints of delays and technical issues that followed the onboarding of a significant number of government services on the platforms? These are questions by the Senator for Nairobi County, Senator Edwin Sifuna. And remember, upon the reply of these questions, we usually have supplementary questions by senators in regards to various matters raised before the floor. The House will this morning consider the report of the 9th Interparliamentary Union IPU Global Conference of Young Parliamentarians held in Hanoi, Vietnam from the 15th to the 17th of September 2023. The Senator for Nyandarua, Honorable John Methu, is the senator who tabled the report before the floor of the House for consideration and adoption on the Tuesday, 5th of March 2024. The report of the Select Committee on Matters County Public Investment and Special Funds on its consideration of the audit reports of the water service providers for the year ended June 2019, 30th of June 2020, as well as 30th of June 2021, is a report for consideration by the senators this morning. This motion is spearheaded by the chairperson Committee on County Public Investment and Special Funds, Honorable Godfrey Osotsi. The water service providers include Amatsi Water Services Company Limited, Bometo Water Company Limited, and Nyeri Water and Sanitation Company Limited in Nyeri County. This morning, the House is also set to consider a motion pertaining the report of the Parliament of Kenya delegation to the 13th Plenary Assembly of the Forum of Parliaments of the Member States of International Conference on the Great Lakes region held in Juba, South Sudan. This motion is spearheaded by the Senator for Mandera County, Senator Ali Ibrahim Roba. And the report on the 13th Plenary Assembly Forum of Parliaments held in Juba, South Sudan was laid on the table of the Senate on the 7th of December 2023. Remember, you can follow up on this live broadcast courtesy of our Senate YouTube channel, that is Senate of Kenya. You can also watch it on KBC channel 1 on YouTube. You can also follow it up courtesy of our Signet channel, that is Senate TV. The quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over so you can follow up on the developments from the chamber this morning. Keep it KBC channel 1 as well as Senate of Kenya. Enjoy your viewing and good morning.
Order, honorable senators, inform that we have quorum. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, honorable senators, today we are expecting 2 CSs. That is the CS in charge of roads and transport and the CS in charge of education. Clerk, can you confirm that the CS in charge of roads and transport is present? We are going to start with him. Is present? Now, honorable senators, the questions that have been addressed to the CS Roads and Transport are 8. That is question number 10 by the Senator for Kisumu. Question number 11, Senator for Nandi. Question number 12, Senator for Nandi. Question number 13, Senator for Nandi. Question number 14, the Senator for Kitui. Question number 15, the Senator for Kitui. Question number 16, the Senator for Meru County. And question number 31, the Senator for Bungoma County. Those are the questions addressed to the CS Roads and Transport. We are going to start with question number 14, then move to question number 15, before we come back to question number 10 to 13. Honorable CS, welcome to the Senate. You have been in this House before. You know the rules and procedure. Just to do some housekeeping, kindly be direct, concise, so that we do not waste so much time, because you have quite a number of questions to address. Now, the rules are that the Honorable Senator posing this question will later have an opportunity to ask 2 supplementary questions if he so wishes. And the Honorable Senators also, under our standing orders, they will have an opportunity to ask a supplementary question. Now, Honorable Senators, a supplementary question is a question that is related to the primary question. If you pose a question that is not related to the primary question, then you put the CS in a position where he may not be able to give you a satisfactory answer. And that's why most of the time CSs say, I need time to find out. So kindly, your supplementary questions, let them flow from the primary question. With that, Honorable CS, I will allow the Senator for Kitui County, Honorable Enoch Wambua, to proceed to ask questions number 14 and thereafter question number 15. You may proceed, Senator.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to go direct to question number 1 from my side, directed to the Minister, the CS for Roads. Mr. Speaker, my question number is as follows. What is the status of compensation to residents whose parcels of land were acquired for the construction of the Kibwezi Athi Mutomo Kitui Migwani Road? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate the outstanding balance of compensation and state when it will be paid out? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable CS, you may proceed to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me thank you for according me this opportunity to respond to questions from the senators. And as I've said before in my previous appearance, it's always my greatest pleasure to come back to the Senate and to also be here to perform my constitutional responsibility to be accountable to the people of Kenya through this very important august house. Mr. Speaker, I beg to respond as follows. A compensation schedule for the project affected persons amounting to Kenya shillings 694 million shillings, 989,812 was initially submitted to Kenya via a letter from National Lands Commission dated 18 February 2019. However, this schedule was noted to have errors, including double compensation and overvaluation of structures. National Land Commission addressed the issues and resubmitted a revised schedule that covers the entire project through the letter dated 2nd March of 2021, amounting to 1,924,776,370. A tabulation of transfer of funds to NLC is shown in the schedule. That is, the schedule is attached. I am sure the Honorable Senator Wambua has the schedule, so I don't want to read the entire schedule, Mr. Speaker, but it has a tabulation. So as shown in the table above, And just so I can't see where Senator Wambua is seated, I hope that if he notes, then he has the schedule. Yeah, thank you very much. So since the schedule is there, and it will be difficult to read the schedule openly here, let me then infer or refer to what that schedule means. Mr. Speaker, as shown in the table above, the outstanding amount is 1,598,468,659 shillings. I wish to add that Kenya has been faced with financial challenges due to inadequate budget allocation. However, the agency has since disbursed a total of 326,307,801 to NLC for compensation to some of the project affected persons. Further, the compensation process has commenced for the extension to Mbondoni direction. The employer's representative assistance team have conducted land searches for the affected parcels. The agency is in the process of validating the search, which will be sent to National Land Commission for further gazettement of intention to acquire. Let me say in summary, that's the answer, that's the answer, Mr. Speaker. And just to note that Senator Wambua has raised this question in the committee. He's a member of the committee, very passionate about it. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, just to reiterate what the answer says, we have a problem of budget allocation, massive, not just for this Kibwezi Road, but across the country. We have a pending bill of 150 billion shillings, and it's earning interest, so it's growing every day. Yet the budgetary allocation for this exercise, this financial year, is only 46 billion. We struggle to distribute it between pending roads and compensation for project affected persons. And that challenge is, requires now a very serious national conversation before we go to the next budget cycle. Otherwise, so many people are suffering, not just in Kibwezi, but even in the road between James Kishuru to Rironi and many other roads across the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wambua, you have the opportunity to ask 2 supplementary questions. You may ask both of them, or you may ask one and then be the last to ask a supplementary question after your colleagues have asked supplementary questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm well guided. I think I'll ask my 2 supplementary questions at a go. I thank you, Honourable CS, for your response. And I believe you're just being honest on this one, because you have mentioned, CS, that I've been on this matter for the longest time. Actually, I think in this Senate there is no matter that has engaged the Roads Committee in terms of questions and statements than the matter of the compensation for the persons affected by the project between Kibwezi and Migwani. CS, in your own response, the total compensation amount is 1.9 billion. From 2019 to date, in 2024, only 326 million shillings has been paid out. Those who do maths, I don't know what percentage that is. A whopping 1.5 billion hasn't been paid. See, as you know, you and I have engaged on this matter before in your past life. At the same time that this road was started, we had 2 other roads whose compensation figures were 5 billion plus. Those amounts in the Western Bypass and the Edward Bypass, those amounts have almost completely been paid as compensation. The Speaker, with due respect, it is good for the people of Kitui to just know whether this matter is ever going to be dealt with conclusively or not, because the answer given by the CS, Mr. Speaker, that there are no funds available in Kenya, it's a difficult response to take. It reminds me, the Speaker, as a representative of my people, of the Nyayo era, when the president himself then said that sections that did not support his government, the answer to any question would be there is no money.
Honorable Wambua, you're giving a speech. What is the question?
The Speaker, on matters like this, it is very difficult to just ask a question directly. Just allow me to pave my way to the question. I beg you, Mr. Speaker.
Then do it quickly.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, how can there be a point of order on a question, really?
Proceed to ask your question, Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, the question then to the CS is, where does that leave us in relation to Article 40 of the Constitution, 43B, that if the government is going to acquire any land for public interest, then the compensation should be prompt and be made in full. These people have been deprived of their land from 2019. They are not cultivating on that land. We are being told there is no money. Mr. Speaker, when will this money be available and when will these people be compensated? The second question, Mr. Speaker, is related to the first. The Speaker, CS Murkomen and I belong to the same church, the African Inland Church. Some of the persons affected by project are church properties. And I want to make reference to AIC Chulun, which is on the road. Their land has been taken. Their neighbors have been compensated. This compensation, Mr. Speaker, is taking place. But it depends on who knows who in the ministry. Their neighbors go approach the NLC, they get some money. Some other people go approach the NLC, they get some money. The church has no capacity to go and approach any ministry official to be compensated to construct a sanctuary. The Speaker, is the minister aware of these dealings within the ministry, that it depends on who knows who for the compensation to take place, so that we nip it at the bud, and that compensation, as we agreed as leaders, should begin from kilometer 0 going towards Migwani. The Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable CS, one question, give us an indication when these people will be compensated, and two, must you know somebody in your ministry for you to be compensated? Very brief.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I see the questions are many, so I'll just go to the point. The first thing is to say that the question of compensation, land compensation, is not only affecting Kibwezi Road. We need to know, as I said earlier, James Kishuru Rironi Road is affected. Keno Sagana is affected. Eldoret bypass is affected. So their western bypass is affected. So many roads are affected across the country. And I've just mentioned a few where we have even a road that going to Swam in Kitale. Mr. Speaker, we have so many people still asking for their compensation, and yet we've done all these roads. So first of all, let's appreciate the people who have accepted, including the Kibwezi residents, accepted development. Remember, this is a massive road of about 80 kilometers, I think so, 80 kilometers. And out of that road, I remember this road, Mr. Speaker, because we were with Senator Wambua here when he first brought the question. So this is a historical issue for Senator Wambua. But remember, most of the landowners, only part of their land has been taken by the road. The remaining part of the land, the value as